Good morning and welcome to Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy 2026. I'll be your hosting today. Okay, first, thank you Moment Media to organize such an event. And welcome all the team from Asia to Bira Circuit, Chonburi, Thailand. And today, the live streaming will be on YouTube. Thank you Monomax for the broadcast. Okay, today's event will be challenging for the grand final ticket, which will be held in Portimao, Portugal on the 7th of November until the 14th of November 2026. Okay, now it's time to start. Let's roll.
Yes, and a very good morning to all the listeners and the audiences around the world, and welcome to the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy 2026 first round, and of course here at Bira Circuit in Thailand. And of course, everyone is eagerly awaiting for the start of the race, which is due soon this afternoon. Right now, the time in Thailand is 10:27. In just a couple of minutes or so, we'll begin with the official practice for all the racers in different categories, starting with Micromax, followed by Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max Masters, and the Max DD2, the legendary Max DD2 and Max DD2 Masters, to close off the official practice round for the morning before we break out for lunch and the driver's briefing, followed by the actual qualifying practice in the afternoon and Heat 1 and Heat 2 to close off the day of the event. The event will go on for the next 2 days, starting here on the 4th of April down to the 5th of April at Bira Circuit, the one and only Thailand International Circuit here. All of the race drivers are getting themselves ready. I believe we start off with the Micromax, the most junior event of the day.
Okay, with this category, they are equipped with the Micromax engine, which is about 9 to 10 horsepower, and at the maybe at turn 10, before they reach turn 10, that's where they reach their maximum speed of something, I guess, over 90 km per hour. We'll see, what will be happening today. This is, I think the Micromax is going to be the highlight for today, as the biggest grid for now. And we have, I think, 16 drivers. Okay, all together from all over Asia. Okay, first welcome Jacob Rafael Ravina from Royal Ravina. Okay, Daniel Yoon from RL Karting, Michael Bishef from Singha Motorsport Team Thailand, and Asher Leiko from RS Racing Team, Kenzie Sananda from Rehoboth Racing Team, and Panapat Prawat Turang Singh Motorsport Team Thailand, and number 24 Thanatat Yuwa Graiskun from MRC Racing, number 55 Siebion from Golden Racing Team, and number 56 Sritapat from DT Motorsport. And we have number 59 Pattarapon Puangam from Kartworks, and number 67 we have Tam Sitrai from Singh Motorsport Team Thailand, and number 77 we have Ashira Pianpuk from NRT Racing Team. Number 90 we have Chiyut Lim Latanakan from Noi Racing Team, and we have number 93 Kittiwin Chan Kun from Pan Racing, and 95 Maitri Wat Wanicha Prapa from DT Motorsport, and number 97 Lasha Steringun from Stratos Motorsport. Okay, now let's begin with the qualifying practice 1.
That's a quick lineup by our co-host here, the co-MC, giving us the details of the races for the Micromax, the youngest group of all. Of course, this is the practice round, so we just let them practice the kart, getting used to the actual track itself, because some of the drivers here are new to this Bira circuit. But nevertheless, this is a very challenging track indeed. And with this new circuit for the young drivers, it takes a lot of practice, a lot of time. So obviously now we just giving them opportunity to do so, getting used to the setup of the kart for the circuit itself. 16 drivers in all. I think this group of drivers will actually have the largest supporters from both parents and the managers and the team members who are here to support them. They get the loudest cheers and support from the people here and also online.
Yeah. Since they've probably been here in a couple for the last few days already, and this is going to be their last practice to check the track, to test their kart, to put their new tires on, see what it's going to be like in the qualifying session later. Now they have 13 minutes, which is going to bring them about like 11, 12 laps together. And I'm just waiting for the live timing, and we're going to be checking who's the fastest for this qualifying practice. Okay, we have 11 turns altogether today with this classic layout, about 1,320 something, 27 meters. Okay, I'll introduce you to turn 1. Okay, where this guy are now on the monitor, they just come out from the 100 Rs. Okay, this is where they achieve the highest speed here. On this number 10 turn, coming out from the exit, reaching the last corner of the track, just turn 11. Okay, the Sony kart behind the Tony kart seem to be a bit faster. But yeah, on the straight, okay, that's turn 1, turn 2, coming out, turn 3, the left-hander, okay, and turn 4, the right-hand sweeper. You really need a space over here to explore your potential of your kart. Okay, this is the Mickey Mouse here. That's turn 5 and turn 6. They just go out. This is before they enter the 100 Rs. Okay, this is a high-speed right-hand corner where you shoot off for the maximum speed of the track. Where here is downhill a little bit, and you do hard braking here, coming out of turn 10, approaching turn 11. Okay, where the camera is now is a group of Saudi kart.
This is also another high-speed run, right?
Yep.
Down the straight from the 11th turn, 11th corner, straight down, high speed, and turn 1 again.
Yeah, it looked flat, but it's actually downhill a little bit. So at the end of turn 1, there's actually the force is just pushing you off the corner.
That's right.
Same as this right-hand sweeper as well.
The Mickey Mouse turn is very interesting because this is where a lot of the drivers try to take advantage of the guys in front, because obviously people can easily miss the turn and go wide and allow the other drivers who follow to take over. And again, Bira has a lot of interesting turns.
Yeah, it's at the Mickey Mouse, this is great overtaking opportunity. We will see it like later on in the race today. The final corner is, again, if you open it up, definitely can dive inside. And out here on the exit here, you get the run with the slipstream, get a few more Ks down the straight, try to dive down the inside on turn 1. And over here, you still get another overtaking opportunity. Like this guy tried to do it, But, need a bit more speed. You need to carry more speed into that inside.
That's right.
Here again, that's where you build up the speed to prepare for the Mickey Mouse. And you better shut this corner down
That's
properly.
right. With the left and right turn immediately almost.
Yep.
It's an opportunity for the follow-on drivers to overtake.
Yep.
And now the 100R going down at high speed.
With left and right like this, when you come out from one corner to another, you start, instead of having advantage being inside, you're losing advantage by being outside to the next one. That's, quite tricky around here. And on the last corner with this kart, you require only a little braking just to carry on the speed down to the front, the turn 1.
I can tell that these kids have prepared themselves quite well, at the speed that they're all going almost at the same level, same timing. But it's the matter of practice. I mean, if you practice well and trying to see the opportunities and to seize that opportunities when it comes, that's the moment when you can overtake your opponent.
Okay, this guy in the green helmet, I still don't have the live timing up to me, but he's chasing down Sing Motorsport team number 11, and that will be Michael Bissef. Okay, the Sodi Kart number 54 just overtaking now. And number 54, that would be, what number is it? Okay, now they're just learning from each other, approaching turn 1 again. As a group, they're approaching turn 2, turn 3. See the way they approach the corner, they lock the rear end and let the kart slide a little bit into the corner. Just okay, the Sodi is a bit faster. Now you start to see which kart is prepared. Number 95. Okay, that's Maitri Watt. And the other one would be, I guess from DT Motorsport, maybe 56 in front.
But this is still the official practice that allows the team to adjust a little bit to the kart itself, the setup of the karting, but obviously the engines is all sealed up because they've already passed the scrutineering process. So at this moment, the mechanics are actually certainly watching and try to monitor the opponents and the drivers themselves, how they drive and manage the cars on this track, which can be quite slippery when it's very, very dry. And Bira circuit is quite well known for that. And a lot of the drivers need to prepare themselves quite well. And in the past couple of days, they've been practicing on this track before, but now is the real day, the day that everything matters.
And you don't see it on the picture here, but along the side you probably see some mechanic, timing 4 or 5 cars, 3, 4 cars all the time to check where they are with the team. Now I think the Sodi from DT Motorsport is having some speed over here, but with the one make engine you can't get away much. This is a chance, maybe you try different sprocket to check whether it works today or not, but maybe if it doesn't, you go back to your old setup. Depends, but if it works, you might probably keep on with it, stay with that setup for later this afternoon. They're approaching the Mickey Mouse here. Okay, this is right and left. When you hack too much to the right, you get dive into the left hand next corner. But when you dive to the next corner, you come out on the outside of the 100R, which is gonna have more speed of entering this corner. where you really need it for this one, where you're gonna turn up with a really hard braking, probably the hardest point of the track where you need to brake. And yeah, coming out here before approaching the last turn.
That's right. I've just looked up the weather forecast for today because I would mention about the dryness and of the weather today. It looks like we're going to be faced with 31 degrees Celsius temperature, which is quite hot. Certainly for international drivers coming out to Thailand at this time of year, as we are approaching the hottest days in the year during Songkran Festival.
I checked it this morning. It could hit 37 if
Wow.
the cloud if it got a bit windy and the cloud goes away, the temperature might build up. Like I said this morning earlier, maybe 5 degrees different from now.
That's right. So with the hope that the tires can actually make the marks on the tarmac, that will create some sort of grip for the karts themselves to actually grip on. So these young drivers for the Micromax are the sacrifices, if you like, the first people to go out and practice and creating the track, making it more grit, more able to grip the actual karts on.
And you know, for the weather that is being sunny like this in the past few days, and looking at the track now, I think this got so much grip on it. I think they could squeeze up their setup, you know, go to the smaller sprocket as the grip provided, and yeah, gain more speed on the track as the condition get better and better.
Well, I hope it gets better, but you just said it's going to be 37. It's going to be scorching hot for this time of year.
Yeah.
But in any case, I was looking also at the precipitation, less likely that we'll have any drizzle or rain at all. It's only 5% precipitation forecast. So with slightly overcast weather condition at the moment, we can, well, hopefully get some cooler weather coming, but I don't think that we'll have that for the day. It looks like it's going to be even hotter as we approach the middle of the day.
And for the grand final this year, this class Micromax, we're gonna have the ticket to the grand final. Okay, that's finished for Micromax now.
All right, so the 13 minutes are up for the practice round for the Micromax. And now time for, of course, the teams to fix and adjust the modification, the setup of the karts a little bit, just to make sure that they are ready for the next round, which will be the qualifying practice for the Micromax. And of course, we still have more categories of events still taking place. The next category, of course, will be the Minimax.
Yep.
Right?
This one is equipped with something close to 15 to 16 horsepower, maybe a little bit more, but they actually have more weight on this class. Is for driver between 10 to 13 years old. You know, it's really popular now because with the Cadet chassis, this is probably the most powerful engine available for the kids. You know, before you hop into the bigger chassis in the junior class, the Minimax is unbeatable.
Well, let's now look at the highlights of the qualifying practice, rather the official practice round that just concluded. right, welcome back after the highlight. You just saw the highlight for the Micromax official practice round there. Now we are on to the Minimax official practice. So these are the more senior group of youngsters, but they're still small. And now we have all together for the Minimax entry, 9 drivers for this round. Out of the 9 drivers, we have 5 Thai drivers and the other 4 international drivers coming out from Australia, India, Korea, and of course Taiwan.
Okay. We have number 105 for Passaton Siripakalay from Watt Motorsport. We have 117 Jensen Hammond from Strathorn Motorsport. We have 118 Go Yang Sian from Bira Race Karting. We have 123 Exan Swalwolf from WK Motorsport. We have 139 Puvara from Simon Racing, and we have Peen Pat from Go Motorsport Thailand, and we have Isaac from RL Karting, and we have 178 Chinapat Rajaputi from DT Motorsport. And we have 199 Chen Yi Shu from RL Karting. Case 9 drivers here. As I said, it's a kart a little heavier than Micromax, but with loads more horsepower. It's quite difficult to control because, you know, with a bit more weight, you need to take car around the corner with more force, more power. Okay, as they're approaching 100 hours over here, and here with the Minimax engine, it's pretty much just like a Micromax on steroid. So the juniors pretty much, just it's probably quite fast. Just get this guy prepared for junior class later on. Okay, we see now in black and white is JFC Kart. Okay, followed by Bira. This is around turn 2. That's 117, which is Jensen Hammond. Okay, as they're approaching the Mickey Mouse, it seems like the Bira is a bit faster than 123, but he still gets stuck behind. Okay, as they're approaching 100R, okay, approaching where they're gonna hit the high speed of the track here, and with the hardest braking here. Oh, I think I'm seeing some, is it Carlos Sainz Kart? I think it's a Carlos Sainz, yeah, with that yellow or orange and black. Oh, sorry if I get this wrong, Number 117 is Jensen Hammond from Strathorn. Okay. Okay, I got the result for the Micromax now. Fastest would be Daniel Yoon, okay, 102.975. We have second place, we have Chiyut, 103.116. Third place, we have 53 Sritapat, 103.175, and 7 so on. So the gap for this morning is quite about 1.6, 1.7 second. Okay, that's their practice. They still got something in the bag that they still don't show you in the practice. Okay, we back into the mini max. In this group, they still bunch up to each other now. Okay, the GFC starts to fall back. And yeah, we just have some CRG here and so on. Okay, you know, when you got some kart overtake you, it doesn't mean he's gonna pull away all the time. Sometimes you start to learn from your friend, you know, adapt quickly and start follow them. Okay. Now it's 117 and from Stratos Motorsport. This is our team based in Malaysia. I'm a big fan of Tony Kart. You know, they use OTK chassis all the time. And I think this could be the CS chassis. Yeah, I think it's Carlos Sainz, is it? because we don't have it in Thailand, you know, so a few Formula One driver chassis over here. It's nice to see them here. Okay, now we see one CRG in the pit, 105.
So that was Prapasathorn from the Watt Motorsport there, getting his mechanic to have a look at the set up the engine also. Now, obviously now we have 117 leading the practice, but it's still early stage yet because this is only the practice round for each category, and I think all the mechanics and teams are still, still need some modification to the car to make sure the setup is perfect for not only the drivers themselves but also for the track and the circuit here at Bira.
Mostly you adjust your car according to let's say the day like this.
That's right.
The track is going to have more grip and more grip. You know, whether your setup going to be too sticky or not enough grip. That's what they're going to be moving along today. But I think with the weather like this, it's pretty tricky. It could heat up anytime.
That's right. So 139 now.
Because
Bira is actually getting his kart also fixed and modified. A very interesting look now at the leader, 117 from Stratos Motorsport.
Yeah, I think he's falling back.
As you said, he usually uses the Stratos team usually uses Tony
OTK,
Kart. Yeah,
OTK equipment. You know, back in the day when my friend needs some racing equipment from OTK, I always suggest them go to some friend at Stratos. They have some OTK equipment for you. Okay, now he's back into the Park Ferme.
right.
Usually in the last qualified practice like this, we just have the equipment that we're going to be qualifying with the car, you know, just to check whether this will work for sure. Okay, no gamble on this. No, you don't turn up and put down like 3 size different sprockets just to expect some miracle to happen. Everything work based on data and set up and days and days and laps of practice and data collection and equipment that they've been trying on.
That's right. So the Bira ART kart now leading the pack. Of course, 177 from RL Motorsports.
Yep, as they're approaching over 10 laps, you start to see the car, start wobbling a bit, the car starts sliding a bit. It shows that, the tire actually reached the optimal temperature already.
That's correct. Everything here matters, not only just the kart itself, but also tires. Yeah. Tire management is very, very important indeed, especially in this weather condition. Because you tend to wear out your tires really quickly in a hot climate because the tire sticks to the tarmac. Yep. And so you need to manage the tire wisely, especially when you're out of the practice rounds and you're into the actual competition itself. Tire management really comes into play.
Yeah, like swinging around, burning your tires, you wouldn't have anything left in the final.
That's right.
Because like once you get to the grand final, you only get given one set of tie throughout the event. So we make sure they learn that from now. So when they get over there to the global stage, to the grand final, they don't get surprised when there is so much little equipment that available for them to use.
That's correct. So true. I mean, especially for the new viewers who are actually new to this karting motorsport, I think everything comes into play here. You look at the way these drivers drive, it makes it look so easy. But you really have to come and try it out yourself. Karting is not that easy, especially when you want to perfect it. It actually takes a lot of time, a lot of practices in order to become the master.
Look at what they are doing on camera now, using all the space available on the track. Collect every inch is available from the apex to the exit, just about to touch the grass and then come back again.
Yes.
Reaching for the next apex is amazing. And up here at Bira circuit, we are actually on top of the hill in Pattaya here. And what it is over here right now is we could get windy, we could get cloudy, we could get rain, we could get sun, we could get the condition just by being at the top of the mountain. The condition just changed so ridiculously, and as the team and the driver have to adapt. It's a lot of gamble on the condition all the time over here. See how they hit the white line, half the tires nearly gone off. This is turn 1 and turn 2 is that's where everyone gonna start off the corner, and
That's right.
approaching turn 2 is quite tricky because on that part the track actually squeezed down a little bit, so it's less space on the exit of turn 2 compared to the Mickey Mouse here. You got to swing the car. Okay, time's up now for the mini max.
So this is only the qualifying practice, or rather, I beg your pardon, the official practice for the Minimax. The qualifying round will actually be done in the afternoon, straight after lunch. Okay, so that just goes to say, like in many corners and many parts of the track itself, it requires a lot of accuracy, and in fact, close to the pinpoint accuracy as much as possible, and it requires a lot of skills, a lot of experiences for these youngsters to master, because if you can perfect it, it means that you are there for the winning group.
Yeah, because as you see it now, the blue and yellow stripe on the apex, that's where they hit it.
All right, now, so let's now watch the highlight of the just concluded official practice for the Minimax. Alright, so that was just the highlight of the Minimax official practice. Now let's continue on with the next category of the race, which will be the Junior Max. More senior now, more advanced drivers in the category. So obviously it's due to start at 1100 hours or 11 o'clock in Thailand for the Junior Max. I can assure you that the competition will be It's getting fiercer and fiercer as we proceed through the day, and some of the drivers are already out for the Junior Max official practice. We in fact have 8 drivers altogether race in this event. Majority of the drivers are the Thai youngsters. In fact, out of the 8 drivers, we have altogether 6 drivers, in fact, from Thailand, and 2 other drivers from Malaysia and Japan. (224) Siripat Suwan from Wat Motorsports. 229 Sahil Singh from Malaysia, Stratos Motorsports. 246 Natawat Sutamno from Singh Motorsport Team Thailand. 257 Patapon Kao Kanchanaset from Wat Motorsport Thailand. 273 Kaito Lloyd from Gold Motorsports Thailand from Japan. 277 Thanawarat Vechaputi from DT Motorsports. 289 Kitinantapat Bunyarat Kalin from DT's Motorsport Thailand, and 299 Pirapongpan Sutamno from Singh Motorsport Thailand from Thailand. So all these 8 drivers, they are all well acquainted and well familiar with this track, so there shouldn't be any problem in terms of the skills on this particular circuit of Bira. So the official practice here just for them to test out the weather condition and of course the track condition at this time of day. But what makes it even more interesting about go-karting is because the track condition changes as the day progresses. It can be very hot at this time now, or it can rain later in the day, makes the track cool down. So you need to adjust constantly in your setup of the kart, and makes it challenging really, not only for the drivers but also to the team mechanics in adjusting your truck, your kart according to the conditions set. Singh Motorsport seems to be fielding up with very skillful drivers, both the Sutamnos, Natawat and Pirapongpan, the 2 young brothers from Singh Motorsport, as you can see on the screen right now, in the very bright yellow kart. And don't forget that, remember that the winners of this round will be one step closer to getting the tickets for the grand finals due to take place in Cartadormo in Portimao, Portugal later in the year on the 7th to the 14th of November 2026. The winners of the grand finals, or rather the winners of the Asia Trophy, will get the ticket to race in the grand finals later in the year. Now what's wrong with this engine now? 273 seems to be having some problem. Kaito Lloyd from Gold Motorsports Thailand seems to be having some problem with his kart. So the stewards, the marshals are actually running to the kart to see how they can help. The 289 Kitinantapat Bunyarat Kalin, or Heyday as his nickname is driving quite confidently after his latest win in the latest event on this Bira circuit. 229, I don't know what's happening now. Is he just waiting for all the cars to go before he sets off? Sahil Singh from Stratos Motorsports. Right now, so He just had a crash the 229, maybe because of the slippery of the track. So he lost control out of that 229. That was a slight incident.
I think he's trying something there. Either he's got some.
Tried to max out his corner turn, right?
Yep. I think the camera now is on Kitty Nandapat. Okay, he's on Tony Kart with the green helmet. A student of Tanat Stianchirakun. I saw them coach each other before.
Oh, I see.
Tanat was like a well-known driver to Thailand, back in the day, racing with Lance Stroll, Gio Vinasci and all that.
Wow, okay.
The top was
That's really good.
And now this is one of his students here. Surprisingly, this guy turned up from the middle of the pack. In RMC Thailand, I watched him race last month, and capitalized first place while everybody's just taking out each other. It's quite amazing.
So it looks like these kids have been getting some good coaching over the past couple of times or months or so.
Back in my days, if you want to go racing, if your dad not a racing driver, you never get the chance to learn how to race properly. But this day we have so much program, so many team with so many coach, and they all been experience this, and they want to transfer to the next generation. And I believe, especially at the cadet level, we seem to be quite tough around here.
That's right. I mean, the competition is getting more fierce and fierce as we speak, because we can see these young drivers, obviously from the earlier categories of the Micromax. You can see how fierce they drive and how competitive they can actually race. And now we are on to the junior, which is like the middle ground, if you like, before they move up to the senior and the Max Masters, or even to the DD2 categories. So, all in all, I can easily say that you see a lot of improvements, a lot of developments from these youngsters from the early days since they started with the karting. And some of the drivers here make this Bira circuit their home circuit, in fact. So they're so well used to the track condition, to the environment of the condition. So I don't think that we can make excuses in saying that they knew and they.
I don't know how often they turn up to practice in Europe, but over here they turn up here every weekend. It's Pattaya, because it's Pattaya, so you're allowed to come here every weekend. It's the beach there, it's a track there. It's no excuse. They're training as hard as they could.
Yeah, Pattaya is also always welcoming and to visitors, right? And I mean, let alone the Thai tourists themselves, they always come to Pattaya so easily, because a lot of people live in Bangkok, and it's only an hour and a half drive from Bangkok to Pattaya. So it's very convenient to come and stay. Not only for the kids to test out the circuit itself, but also to the family members who want to, do a short break of excursion or tourism in visiting Pattaya, especially around this time of this weekend itself is a long weekend for Thailand, as we actually have a Monday off. So a lot of the families would like or love to come to Pattaya for a short break.
Yep. And next week we have Songkran Festival, which everyone's going to be carrying water pistol around, start shooting each other.
Well, at least it's a time of year, that you can get to relax and take a break, be with your family.
Yep.
A lot of people, especially at this time of the geopolitical crisis, I don't think many people will want to travel outside of the country right now. So I trust that a lot of the tourist destinations will be packed with not only Thai tourists but also international tourists as well. I mean, near or far.
We're pretty much safe over here, is we still have fuel to race, we're not running out of fuel anywhere. We still have fuel supply down the petrol station, and no problem with that. The price is a bit high, but we still use the fuel control by the organizer, so make sure everyone using the same fuel.
Right. I mean, that's part of the regulations too, right? Because you need to control all the possible variables and measures as much as possible. Rotax I have to say, in all fairness, they're very fair in organizing events like this. Not only the fuel has to be compounded once you finish with it, they need to be put in a caged environment where nobody can get their hands in, because obviously motorsports, as you can probably understand, as there are opportunities, there are always areas where there can be loopholes, fallbacks, for people to do something not so legal to the kart. But Rotax Max Challenge, following all the regulations and this international standards, I think has a very strict regulations to it. They try to close all the loopholes and possible gaps where there could be areas where people can do something illegal about it.
Yeah, where you don't see they're working much in the Parc Fermé. The scrutiny team is pretty much working as hard as they could, by having the strictly technical regulation, try to make all the engines equal, all the equipment equal, and as a concept, the only difference is the drivers. And once again, when you get to the grand final, you actually get a raffle card with with an engine.
That's right.
You don't get a choice, and you're from Tony Kart, from CRG, from Bira, from Kart Republic. Nothing gonna be there. You're gonna be riding the same equipment with your national suit.
That's right. That's what makes the grand final so attractive and interesting, because everyone will be driving the raffle carts from the same makers, from the same brand, in the same category, and the engine will be based on raffle as well, of the lottery. That's another way of calling raffle,
but you'll be representing your country fully.
Yes, it's a great honor for anyone to represent that. I mean, it's such a big event. You can expect to see something like 300 plus drivers racing in the grand finals. So it's a great honor, and that's why these drivers are so competitive, because they want to get the ticket to go to the grand finals.
And you see, this is the only kart running on the track at the moment from Singha Motorsport team. They turn up in yellow color, and this is by Tin Si Trier. He's one of the driver and the team, who put so much effort into this and try to win this thing. Okay.
All right, so we've just concluded the Junior Max official practice. So now let's have a look at the highlights of this race.
Okay. We back now with the next will be Senior Max category. Okay, in this class, we have number 302, Panu Stien Mankong from Wat Motorsport. We have 307, Isan Zeng from Roger Yang. We have Naman Kukrija from RL Karting. We have Kian Cha from RL Karting. We have Sutomu Nishimura from Sutomu Nishimura. Okay, we have number 331 Yiho Nathan Mushi from Simon Racing. We have number 333. We have Chunsei Kikuchi from Go Motorsport Thailand. We have number 345 Miguel Quinones from DIQ Motorsports. And we have number 369 Chris Gupta from IL Karting. We have number 395 Racharat Anandakan from K-Star. And we have number 399 Lash Bafna from IL Karting. And for the Senior Max Master, we have number 928 Juga Koivistonen from Juga Koivistonen team. Okay.
Talking about the Senior Master driver, the lone Senior Max Master driver, Jukka Koivistonen, he's 68 now. Did you know that?
Back in my days, 20 years ago, when I was the youngest driver in the master class, I was 32. Juga was 51. And Juga will be your first opponent in this category.
Obviously, as you age, as you become more expert in your category, I think it is really goes to say that the precision, the timing and everything, it comes into play as well. But sadly to say that when you go over that age a little bit more, as you become more mature, if you like, sometimes the flexibility, the sensory receptions that your body functions seems to
Lost it.
seems to lose a little bit on that ground. But nevertheless, having said that, Juga, and we've talked to him a couple of times already, seems to be enjoying what he's doing at the moment to be able to compete with the young drivers here in this category even.
Because karting is actually a physical sport. Back to the monitor, I'm looking at this Bira and this CRG. And in the CRG, in the ties and in the white suit, we have Panu. And you see he's in the white suit with the letter THA at the back of him. That's the Thai national team at the grand final last year. And Panu is wearing that. So basically he was a last year contender in the junior max class.
That's right. And he even won the grand final ticket, right?
Yeah. So this year he stepped up into the senior class. Hopefully, to be the representative for Thailand again. But it won't be easy for his first year. In the bigger class, more horsepower, heavier car. You need more muscle to hang on to the car, to turn it, to brake it, and everything got to come there.
And also more experienced drivers that you have to compete against as well. Because obviously these drivers, they're not new drivers. They are the old drivers who have been gradually moving up ladders from different categories. Some even had started off from the Micromax and now onto that senior. So they are very well experienced drivers here that Panu has to race against.
For sure. Panu will have but I just like the way he drive. When it need to be executed, he just get the job done right away. No hesitating, waiting around at all. And we've seen a lot of Bira kart today. He probably turned up with the only CRG today. But I seen him change the kart, quite a few kart that he drive. Sometimes he turned up with the green Tony kart. Sometimes he turned up with the orange CRG. I think it depends on the track condition, probably. I don't know.
That's right. Now, as you can see, a lot of the drivers are now going to their permit to get their tires checked. Obviously, tire pressure comes into play here, especially in this weather condition where it's quite scorching hot out here in Thailand. So tire check is very important to see the rise in temperature of your tires, whether it's the maximum, the optimal temperature range that you are looking for in order to squeeze out the maximum power from your engine and your kart as well.
Yeah, once you have the temperature too much, the tire will be gone. so if you're having it too low, your kart start to act later than others. You
Right.
might, losing a bit of opportunity from the rolling start, the first few laps, whatever, and this got to be optimized fully.
Some other people who, especially the new viewers who are new to this karting, may think that it's kind of funny that you should concern so much about tires, but tires really make a difference, make a lot of difference. In fact, especially also when you think about the different lots of tires. It's the matter of the stroke of luck, really. Some people might not get the most appropriate tires for their karts, and that can actually do some damaging effect on your speed.
Yeah, it does. You get the tires that been kept for 1 year stock, and compared to another guy that got like 1 month old tire from the manufacturer, there's gonna be a lot of difference. But as I seen how Moment Media is organizing the race, they actually kept the tire in the air conditioned room on race day.
You have to spend a lot of money for this
because it's
karting event.
Because it's actually, if you having the tires out in the sun for quite some time, it start to harden up, and
That's true.
and then the chemical compounds to start to evaporize into the air.
That's so true.
And it is not as much grip as it should be.
Yeah, we just want to reassure to all the viewers and the drivers here that the fact that the organizer of this event, Moment Media, has been quite strict and stringent to the ways that they manage and the way that they maintain all these equipment and accessories, tires included, in the way that they keep these tires in a proper environment in order to preserve them as much as possible. But having said that, also all these drivers are getting the same set of tires from the organizer. It's not like that they get different years of tires or different days of tires, but they have the same lot of tires. So I think the tire issue should not be the problem here at this race.
Yeah, they try to organize the freshest side possible, because I think the organizer will have to come up with the number of tires that they will need for the whole year. So the manufacturers could produce and send it to the organizer within just time, so they get the best tire possible. They don't have to stay up with boatload of stock. It's good for the organizer as well. Okay, now is Juga. Number 928.
The one and only racer in his category.
Yep.
The senior Max Master.
Any father that you come along with your children, and if you think your kid should be driving like this, like that, like those, you should join the master class, and it's gonna prove what you're saying to your kids is correct.
But when you say that, it does require a lot of practice as well. It's not just like you never practice and you just want to come and enjoy the competition and then dive straight into the kart. But you need to practice in order to match the level of the other competitors.
If your kids is already driving it, I suggest first thing you just try to follow your son. If you can keep up with the guys, then then start entering the race.
That's right. I mean, certainly the organizer wouldn't allow the really new, the no experienced drivers to race in a competition like this, because it's very fierce and you can be a danger to other drivers as well if you are new and don't have any experience whatsoever. But Juga, I mean, as you said, he's been driving this more than decades.
2 decades. I'm seeing with my eyes for sure.
So a well-experienced driver, even though he may be a little bit more mature than other drivers in terms of his age, but he's still competing with other senior drivers quite well.
Yeah.
So we're now coming close to the senior official practice round.
And after this, we're gonna have. This is the class that we try to promote it because after senior, usually people left and go car racing, and with that, Rotax provides the DD2 class with the 2-speed, 2-speed shifting. So with the gearing, it get the kids to learn more on gearing, on race matching, and so on. It get them to learn with the gear before they move into car. It's all about education. Okay, time up for the senior max now.
And now let's have a look at the highlights of the just concluded official practice for the Senior Max Masters. All right, so welcome back, and now we are on to the final category of this morning's session, which is the official practice. We are on to the Max DD2 Masters combined. And of course, we have all together 4 drivers. Number 444, Thomas Jacob. George from RL Karting. The driver is actually from India himself. We also have another driver, 532, Ng Yi Tang, for the Max DD2 Masters. And also 598, Darren Hollywood Formosa from Australia, competing in the Max DD2 Masters as well. And the other driver I should miss out is number 477, Ananton. For the Max DD2. So altogether 4 drivers, 2 for the Max DD2 and 2 for Max DD2 Masters. Right now on the screen is 444 Thomas Jacob George from RL Karting. You see on the screen is 499 Ananton from Thailand, the only Thai driver in this category. What makes it really interesting about the B2, this is the direct drive, 2-speed chainless engine compared to other categories or other engines. The 1225 Max DB2 still using the 125 Rotax Max engine, but the setup of the engine itself is actually using a 2-speed gearbox with chainless engine to create what seems to be a little bit more fun to drive, more excitement in terms of you actually have to use gearing mechanics to adjust the speed. There's a paddle shift gear that you can see on the steering wheel of the driver himself. Makes this whole thing a lot more fun to drive. But it was actually introduced in the Rotax Max Challenge or the RMC competition back in 2002. It's now become a permanent fixture, a permanent race category in the Rotax Max Challenge. And of course, as with other categories, the winners of this event will go on to be a step closer to receiving the ticket to the grand finals in Portimao in Portugal later on this year. Looking at the Max DD2 Masters here, 532. Yitan from Stratos Motorsport. He's quite a regular coming to Bira circuit and racing in the Max DD2 Masters category. His timing is not bad either. Second in his time, but it's still not the official qualifying round yet, but this is still the official practice, and we'll have yet to see whether he can master and continue to master his timing in the qualifying practice straight after lunch. So when we conclude this event or this category, then we'll move on to a lunch break of about 50 minutes. And then we'll have the qualifying practice at 1:20.
Now we have about 7 minutes to get the car right for the D2 class. And for Thomas Jacob and Mengi, the both running 56. Darren running 57.6. I think Ananton is having an issue with his car. But it's great to see Ananton back. Probably 3 times or 4 times grand final contender for Thailand. And yeah, been teaching all the kids, been driving some GT3 car. Now he's back to karting again. It's great to see that. And I'm pretty sure he's not here for nothing. He definitely expects some tickets.
Yes, certainly. I can safely say that none of these drivers it's nothing. Is expecting nothing less than the ticket to the grand finals.
Yes,
everyone is
they do,
actually
they do.
looking forward to be the winner. At least for this first round of the RMC Max Challenge Asia Trophy.
Yeah. Apart from the grand final ticket for the master class and the DD2 master, there will be the ticket to Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia in Macau in 2027. Definitely, I'm seeing Junka going over to Macau.
Well, when we say about this is the first round of the competition, we still have 4 more other rounds to compete before you actually be declared the winners of the Asia Trophy and receive the coveted ticket to the grand finals. The other 4 rounds will actually take place. This round 2 will take place between the 2nd and the 3rd of May. This year at Bira circuit, still the same track.
Yep.
And then we'll move on to Malaysia to the LYL circuit for round 3, 4, and 5. Round 3 will actually take place around the 4th to the 5th. The 4th to the 5th of July, round 4, 15 to 16 of August, and round 5, 26 to 27 of September before the total winners are declared and receive the coveted tickets to the grand finals.
Yes, and over time the sporting regulation has been changed over time. Back in the days it used to be point for the finals, and it changed to point for pre-final and final. But nowadays there's points in every heat that goes in. So
everything counts.
Yes. So
So you have to do your best in every heat, every
stay on track,
session.
give enough room to your friend, survive every heat with points. I think that's the main thing. If you fumble one heat, it means you lose all the points, and that's not affordable.
Right. It looks like Kenny is the only kart left on track at the moment. Kenny Ng Yi Tang from Stratos Motorsport.
Yeah, at this category, they're a bit experienced, but in terms of energies, not the kart but the drivers, by being a bit old, they tend to conserve their energy for the final.
That's right. I was telling the viewers that the DD2 is a very interesting category. It was introduced to the Rotax competition back in 2002 as part of a more excitement, more fun to drive kart category.
Because as you see, they've probably been doing like 10-15 minutes, but when it gets to the final tomorrow, they have to do 20 laps. And especially if you've been driving like full noise for the past 2 days and you got to go down, do the final run 20 laps, it's 1 minute a lap, and when it get over 10 laps you can't breathe, your arm, your legs, everything, your stomach becomes stretched and all that.
I think your heart starts pounding faster and faster and harder and harder.
And and the heart rate, that's another uncontrollable factor. They put a heartbeat on the kart driver, and every time a kart is side by side, your heart rate go to about 150, 180 all the time. That's the only sport that bring the highest heart rate and stay there forever for the whole 20 minutes. And and by doing that, your body need to have something.
And that's why you have to keep really, really fit outside of the karting realm. You have to exercise a lot, and diet is very important as well, the way you take food and all. So it's not just karting on the actual circuit itself, but behind the scene, what you do is also count for your physique and your tolerance, endurance in the karting.
Yeah, let's say the senior max class, you got to weigh 165 at the scale. The kart with the engine itself weighed about 90. the driver will need to wait 75. If you wait over 75, then your car is going to be slow for sure. But if you a little bit underweight, you can put some leads on it. But instead of, having an energy to drive the car, you start having just like driving a truck instead, carrying too much lead. Back in my days, I carried 20 kilos.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so I think all the cards are in, and now we should be watching or let's have a look at the highlights of the just concluded DD2 event.
Yep, and just get on with lunchtime, and then we will be back in the afternoon with more action at 13:20, and we start that with the Micromax class for the qualifying session, and Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2, and so on. Okay, I'll see you again in the afternoon. Let's get back to the highlight. Okay, let's go. Excuse me. Up here is for officials, steward, and everyone. Team and drivers and parents cannot be up here. No, cannot. Sorry. Okay, the Micromax is getting ready. Now they have 6 minutes to get the lap time. Okay, maybe first lap is probably getting the tires warm up. The lap time already come into second lap, third lap. Okay, they already have so minimal time to get this done right. One mistake could cause chaos. Some traffic could cause chaos. So everybody will need to find some space. Okay. At the pre-grid, I'm seeing two drivers from Singha Motorsport lining up already. I mean, this guy is getting ready to go. As the front of the pack. Okay, now my live timing is ready. Three minutes board is up. Okay, now is a qualified session for Micromax at Rotax Max Asia Trophy 2026 Round 1. This event is hosted by Moment Media and is broadcasting by Monomax via YouTube. Okay, you can check out the link on our Facebook page and just watch it on YouTube and enjoy the race for today. The race will be today and tomorrow. Today, after the qualify, we're going to have Heat 1 and Heat 2.
And yes, of course, we are now almost ready to continue the afternoon session with the first up for the afternoon session is the qualifying practice for the first category, Micromax.
This is the youngest category of the events. It ranged the age from 8 to 10 or 11. I'm not too sure. But yeah, again, this is the youngest class from 7 to 11 years old. Okay, this thing equipped with the 9.5 horsepower Micromax engine, top speed of 95 kilometers per hour, and it weighed with the driver 105 kg. So power to weight ratio is just like a car with 90 horsepower. Okay, 1 minute board is up. And I think they are ready to roll.
I can tell you, this kart like this goes really, really fast, especially for the youngsters here, 7 to 11 years of age. And off they go, ladies and gentlemen, for the qualifying practice for the Micromax, who will be the fastest kart on the circuit for this category.
Okay, and with this thing, they will work as a group, as a team, as 2 cars, 3 cars, or 4 cars, because they need to gain some slipstream down the straight. It's a few places where they need to gain some extra speed, like maybe 1, 2, or 3 kilometers per hour. Let's see which group are they going to be working with each other.
And I think the trick here is, of course, you need to have some space in front of you in order to speed as fast as you can. But at the same time, you need to be on track in line with the race line so that you achieve the maximum time that you can ever do in your lap.
Yeah. you got to clear your things within first, second lap, eh? Otherwise, when the tires need to be optimized on third lap and fourth lap, then you have the traffic in front of you is, they can be struggle. I can see the kart from Singha Motorsport now in the front, and now I'm seeing in the pack here. Okay, the Saudi kart seem to clear one kart. They need to get rid of this quickly.
All right, already clocking on the clock here now. Chayut is leading in the time from Noi Racing Team. Chayut, also known as Tayat, he's also really a good driver here from the Noi Racing Team with the 1 minute 4 seconds 374.
Okay, the guy in the camera now is number 11. Is Michael from Singha Motorsport team. Okay, now this lap will start to see something different now. 1 minute 3, 1 minute 4, 1 minute 30, 1 minute 301. Can't touch. 1 minute 032. Okay, now the lap start to turn up. Next lap is going to be faster.
Yeah, that's right. So the time lap keeps changing quite rapidly. People start switching positions and roles. Now with Chayut also back in play, now leading the gap of 1.315.
The position where you want to be is have the kart in front of you faster than you, so it drag you with him. You don't want to have a slow kart in front of you.
Yeah, and following Chayut is of course Daniel Yoon from RL Karting. He's not doing so bad actually, his time difference. Now it's like switching role, switching position with Chayut now. Daniel is now taking the lead with 1 minute 2 seconds 949. So we still have time for the qualifying laps or qualifying practice for the youngsters here. And we still have just slightly over 2 minutes for these young drivers to try to get the best lap out of the race.
Again, would like to welcome all the drivers from everywhere. Korea, Vietnam, China, Philippines, Indonesia. Just, I hope you all have a great time here. Now, the Thai team isn't on pole. The horse isn't on pole. So let's see what's happening today.
Yes, of course, Daniel leading with the time of 1 minute 02.949, and Hayat or Chayut, now he's dropped down to P3 for Chayut, and Alpha Satirpat is also now has also taken the P2 position of 1 minute 3 seconds exactly. Followed by Chayut, and in the fourth place Achira is also from the NRT racing team. Achi.
Okay. Come on. This group number 55 here. Siboen. In the blue card. Number 55, he's in 9th place. But let's see if he brings his friend along.
Now really the trick, as I said, you really need to have a gap in front of you so that you can actually make the full use of the track itself and speed it as much as you can, and at the same time maintain your race line, so that you get the maximum speed, the maximum time, the best time out of it.
Yes, correct. And again, but you shouldn't be alone on the track, because by working as a group, you have more force to go through the air. You get more aerodynamic, which will, give you another 1 or 2 kilometers per hour down the straight. And Working alone might be okay, but working as a few more cars, if you line them up properly, you gain as a whole group. Not just the car in the front, the car at the back always gain as well.
Yes, certainly you can. You have to be sure that you are following the faster person in front of you, not the slower person in front of you, because otherwise he will make you slow as well. So that's
Now the
already-
flag is up. Whatever the time is time. Okay, no one gets faster. So Daniel from Korea, RL Karting, stay on pole. 102949. Okay. Second place, Sitapat, Thailand, from DT Motorsport. 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 000. Third place, go to number 90, Chiyut. 1 minute, 3 seconds, 015. And fourth place, go to Tan Touch. 1 minute, 3 seconds, 034. And fifth place, go to number 55, Siboyan from China. His time is like 1 minute, 3 seconds, 191. Sixth place, number 77, missed out by just
Milliseconds, right?
1,000th of a second. It's just the last number is like 1.2. That's okay, incredible. Now we wait for the official lap time for the rest of the group.
That's right.
Next, it will be qualifying session for Minimax. Now the 3-minute board is up.
The qualifying practice will set the tone for the next event, which will be the heat event. And of course, with the timing like that, you know who will take which positions in the race. And of course, we come up to the next event, which will be the Minimax, with the age group of around 9 to 13 years of age. And what's interesting about this group also is that a lot of the drivers have already come up the rank and positions from the Micro Max. We see a lot of familiar faces in these young drivers. And of course, the specifications of the kart itself is a lot more fast than the previous category. So you're talking about the 13 horsepower engine here with certain restrictions in the engine and the exhaust pipe. But this event or this category is certainly faster. The top speed for this Minimax can actually reach up to 99 kilometers per hour, which is fast for young kids like 9 to 13 years old. You can't do that on a normal road because obviously because of the traffic regulations for these young kids to drive on the normal roads, that would not be allowed. But it's a way of letting them release the pressure from other things that they do in their daily life. For example, like going to school and what have you. But I can tell that these kids really enjoy driving because it's a way of pumping out adrenaline.
Back in the days, there weren't cadet carts, so you see lots of kids, start off with big cart with lots of adapter for their foot, for their steering wheels, for everything, and that isn't safe. And once when the world invented the cadet cart, these kids start to enjoy it. And this is the fastest cadet engine on the planet, the Minimax. Put this engine on equal weight with any other thing else, this will smoke everything on the track.
That's right, and this new type of engine from Rotax, the 125 Max Evo, is really fascinating engine because it actually can drive really fast. And you only need to buy one engine to use for all events or all categories, because obviously one engine you can adapt and modify it to move up to the next event or to the next category.
As the concept one engine for life goes on, it's one engine as you start from Micromax, you tune it up to mini max. Along the ways, when you grow up, you take the engine with you to junior max and senior max, and so on. You know, this is to help the parents to save the money and
That's right.
and doesn't broken their wallet and just have the engine to go on forever.
I couldn't agree more. You know, like for me, being a parent myself as well, I have a son who drives go-kart, and he only gets to spend money on one engine, and all he needs to do is just buying certain accessories for modification of the engine to move up to the next level of categories.
Yeah. And with the new design of the technology this day, we have like the ECU unit will pretty much work like, you know, to help to burn more fuel in the car, make the car go faster, more reliable, and you know, less fault or less mistake when you mistuning the car.
Now
Okay.
let's have a look at this Minimax now. We have Chinapat from DT Motorsports leading the pack with 1 minute
Okay, everyone
309.
Everyone running 1 minute or 1 minute and 1 now. Everything stay in range. Okay, the third lap will bring even more exciting time. Okay, Chinapat is number 178, 1 minute 00309. And in second place we have Jensen. Okay, Chinapat is in Sodi Kart right here in the camera. In the 100 gain the maximum speed here. Braking, left turn, turn 10, exit. Okay, hop on the bump on the left, right turn, the final corner. Let's see what time he does. Bam!
All right, looking good.
The time change. So as everyone. Now position change. Chinapat still remain on. Bira brings up to second place. And Pattaya 105 bring himself to third place. Jensen dropped down to P4. Edson in P5. P-Pat in P6, Isaac in P7, Chen Yi in P9, P8, and Ko Yan in P9. Okay.
Look at the timing for all these young drivers. Only 9 drivers here for this category, but you can see that the time difference between the top driver and the 9th place driver is only slightly above 1 second. Just amazed. That really amazes me in terms of how close that skill in driving is, because the timing is so close together. Now Chinapat has already gone below 1 minute in his time for the qualification round here, and followed by Ishan from India and Isaac from Korea, Bira, Papasaton, Chen Yi, Jensen, Pimpat, and Ko Yang. All these 9 drivers are now trying their best to get really their qualification time down.
What you see, I like this one. I think it's a Carlos Sainz and the GFC card in the black and white stripe here. It's probably the only card that made in USA that brought here by Pru, WK Motorsport by Warawong Komaragu. You know, as a kart driver himself, he started importing his kart as a former team that he used to race with when he was in the United States. And in the pack with Carlos Sainz kart. I hope this guy is doing well today.
Chinapat is still in the lead with the time of 59 seconds, 962 of 1,000.
I think the lap time won't get any faster now. They already have optimized lap on the third lap. Some of them already backing off to save up the tire.
That's right. It's really important now with the tire management, because obviously this same set of tires will still be used for the next race in the heat. So they really need to conserve these tires.
And the condition of the surface of Bira circuit now is, you know, it chews the tires a lot from how I talk to the drivers, and yeah, they must save it, or else they must sacrifice by having their cars setting up to gain more grip. Anyone doing better? Oh, Isaac move up one position, I think.
Just overtaken Ishan from.
Again, that's like 1,000th of a second.
That's
that
right.
He got faster.
Well, that's the way it is because it's only time matters for this round, the qualification time or the qualifying practice for this young group of drivers here. Now, the final results, of course, for the qualification, Chinapat from DT Motorsports with 59,962 of 1,000, and followed by Isaac in P2, Ishan in P3, followed by Puwara, Papasathorn, Chen Yi, Jensen, and Pimpat and Ko Yang. So all these 9 drivers line up for the next session.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's getting more exciting, isn't it? Because certainly these drivers, if you look at the time that they drive, really, really close together. It's kind of like a pack of timing.
Yep. They start to learn more and adapt more during the heats when they get put out with their friend, and just start to drive together. And now we get into the under 1 minute zone at Bira now. For the Junior Max, they'll be running it on D2 tires.
That's right. So the race is getting more exciting because from the speed point of view, you started off with earlier in the Micromax just above 1 minute, but now the time has gone down to 59 seconds for the Minimax. And let's see for this more senior class of the junior drivers how they will perform. Will they be able to, well, certainly they will get below 59 seconds, but we'll see who will be the best out of the whole group of drivers here. We're talking about 8 drivers in this category of the Junior Max, which is due to come out in just a few minutes or so. Interesting point about the Rotax Max Challenge competition is, of course, it was launched in 1999 following the 1997 release of the 125 Max Evo engine. And of course, the inaugural grand finals took place in 2000 in Puerto Rico. Now, this grand finals are really well known and much sought after by all the drivers around the world to compete in. And of course, the winner of each event of each category will go on to receive the grand finals ticket to be able to compete for this year. This year will actually be held in Portugal, right?
Portimao, Portugal. I think it will be the same weekend as MotoGP, I guess. Not too sure.
Well, it's not an easy decision to make, really, which one to go to, because obviously karting is also very exciting and very something to watch. 1 minute sign is up for the Junior Max qualifying practice. 8 drivers here to race, and now the Rotax has come up with some interesting, more exciting rules and regulations for these drivers to follow. Now, I think these drivers have to follow the rules in where they need to come out from the pit within the 2 minute time frame. This is in order to make the race more exciting and to not supporting the drivers who store their engines and try to keep their cars in the pit as long as they want to. But it's a time limit that would actually help to push the drivers out of the pit as quickly as possible.
Yeah, otherwise, back in the days, the driver could wait in the pit, wait for other drivers to go out, put more grip on the track, and then when the track have more grip, you just come out and gain the advantage at that moment.
Yes.
By having newer tires. But once again, this 2 minutes thing keep everyone out there in the same time.
จัดการมันเป็นแบบเสียงตรงนี้เข้าไมค์อ่ะไมค์สัญญาณของตัวมันต้องสุดแน่นอน
All right, so we are now into probably the second or third laps of this qualifying practice. Leading the time is Pirapong Pansutamno from Sing Motorsport with the time of 58 seconds rather, 58 seconds, 667th of 1,000. Followed by Sehil from Stratos Motorsports and Natawat Sutamno, another brother of Pirapong Pan in Sing Motorsport Team Thailand. Now, Pattapon Gao Kanchana said he's from, of course, Wat Motorsports. Now, assume the second place or P2, following Thanawarat from DT Motorsports. Now, Pirapong Pan, they keep switching. So it's so difficult to follow in a way because obviously these drivers have almost the same skill and same experiences. So they tend to switch around in the timing. Pattapon has already dropped himself from P2 now to P4 in the qualifying time. Pirapong Pan has gained and taken back the P1 position with 57 75th of 1,000.
Yeah, I think he lost the lap. I think he needs to optimize the other lap, but he was stuck in the traffic.
Only 2 of 1,000 seconds different from Pirapong Pan and Pattapon now. Pattapon has already gained back his position to P2.
Yep. That didn't slow him down. They're pretty much the same, right? So, Pirapong Pan just clocked faster lap around 56 now.
Oh, wow. So you could say that the times of all these drivers keep dropping because as the tires get warmed up.
Yep. D2 is bigger tires than the C2. Okay, some slow motion here.
Looking at the time board now, Pirapong Pan is still maintaining the lead of 56, 989th of a second, followed by Pattapon still in the same time. Oh, now he's dropped the time now to 57, 11 of 1,000, followed by Thanawarat from DT Motorsport with 57, 125 of 1,000. And of course, with Heyday, Kitinantapat Bunirakalin in 4th or P4, followed by Natawat in 5th, Kato from Japan in 6th, Sirapat in 7th, and Sehil in 8th.
I would say from P1 to P5, they're going to have a hard time today. The lap time isn't different at all. I would say, this 1/10 of a second is just minor mistake they make during qualifying.
That's right, and they even get closer in terms of the pack because from the top driver to the 8th driver, it's all, I think it's all within 1 second.
Yeah, very close.
This is how it is in real world because when you drive internationally and go and race against other drivers around the world, I mean, this is the usual thing that you normally see with the pack time between the top and the what's so-called the follow-on drivers.
FIA try to promote this by having the FIA Academy class, within the junior and senior category where they have the equal equipment. For some heat, they swap the engines around and they swap the carburetor, they swap the exhaust and so on, just to make it fair for everyone. And now is 299 Bira Pongpan, okay, 56.989. Is the last lap going to change? No.
Well, maybe if there's still drivers out on the track, but a lot of the drivers have already pitted in. So I believe that this is the final qualifying time for the drivers. Oh, okay, we still have a couple of drivers still remaining out on the circuit. But I don't think that we'll have time change in terms of the P or the positions.
Normally lights up in third lap, fourth lap. Pretty
I
much
see.
about it. Then after that is it, yeah.
Those laps are usually the fastest laps for these drivers, right? Especially when you are out with your new tires.
Yep. And after that, say goodbye to it.
Oh, anyway, so here is the lineup for the qualifying practice. Piro Pongpan first, followed by Pattapon Kaokanchanaset from Watt Motorsports and Thanawarat Vechaputi from DT Motorsports, Kitinantapat Bunyaratkalin from DT Motorsports, Natawat Sutamno from Singh Motorsport, Kato Lloyd, of course, from Gold Motorsports Thailand, followed by Sirapat Getsuwan. He is II from Watt Motorsport, and in the 8th position of P8 is Sehil Singh from Stratos Motorsports.
Okay, next we have the qualifying session from senior category and master category. Now we have 3 minutes boards up. Driver lining up at the Park Ferme at the pre-grid area.
What I really like about this motorsport is, of course, especially karting, you can see the discipline in all these youngsters, the way that they have to be on time, the way that they have to be very punctual in getting themselves ready, looking at the time. So because everyone works on the same time, so you have to be very punctual, very disciplined, and this is a very good sign for these youngsters when they grow up to be young adults in the society as well.
Yeah. The Park Ferme, when the door closed, you can't enter.
And that's it, you are finished for that session.
Everything you got to be on time, go there and wait and so on.
All right, so we're almost ready for the next category, which is a senior max qualifying practice.
Yep, the big boys now.
The big boys, yes.
Big boys.
We have altogether 12 drivers, 11 of which will be racing in the senior max, and only one, a 68-year-old, finish, right?
Number 928, you will see in the camera now.
That's right.
Juka from Finland.
That's right.
But Junka actually lived in Thailand and just been racing over the past 20, 30 years maybe, and he never quit.
I think he's fallen in love with karting.
Yeah, we see Panu here in number 302 in the CRG Kart, wearing a white suit representing Team Thailand at the grand final last year. Okay, I think this year he's back for something.
And alongside him, of course, 331 Jonathan Moshe from Simon Racing, or Yeho. Of course, other drivers still line up. Panu actually clocked the fastest in his warm-up round or the practice round earlier in the day. So I believe that everyone will be eyeing on him to see how he drives and how he qualifies in this session.
Yeah, I think if he can keep his head cool today, it's gonna be his race. As always, he just turn up and do the job.
All right.
Okay, now we see some people still waiting. The first group gone out already. We still have about 6-7 cars waiting. I think they're gonna wait for maybe 1 minute for this group to turn in and then go out.
That's right. So leading the pack now is Panu in the group of 4, whereas the other 8 drivers are still waiting in the pit, but they need to come out soon because obviously of the time limit that is restricted by Rotax to make the race more exciting and more fair.
Yeah, when we look at the weather forecast this morning, we expect this afternoon to be 32, 33 degree. Now it's now about 37. It's just getting.
Oh, already?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
We're still only at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and
Yes.
already the temperature has gone up.
Yeah, as I said earlier, we on top of the hill, and it's quite windy up here. When the wind take away the cloud, the heat just turn up.
All right, it seems like all the rest of the drivers have come out of the pit and start clocking that time to see how fast they can go. Following Pano is, of course, Yeho from Simon Racing, trying to catch him up. And 307, of course, Eason Cheng from Roger Young team. Well, still leading the pack, and now with the fastest time is Panu Sathien of course, with the time of 56 seconds rather. Keep saying minutes, but it's really seconds. Now 55 seconds, 931 of 1,000. Followed by Jonathan Moshe from Simon Racing, Eason Sang, Tsutomu Nishimura, Kiensha, Shun Sekaguchi, Miguel Quinones, Lach, Bafna, Juga, Kovistoinen is doing well really. I mean, coming out in the 9th position. Racharat, and now we switch the positions. And Krish Gupta is in the 12th position at the moment. I think he must have some problem with his engine.
I'm trying to see outside the camera now. Where's Chris Gupta?
No, we're still watching Tsutomu Nishimura, number 322 from Tsutomu Nishimura team. 322 from Japan. We see him quite a lot in the race, and now he's back on Bira circuit under the name of the same name as the driver of the team.
Yeah. You can entry either using your name as an entrance, or if you belong to some team, you just use your team entrance.
Right. And now we are seeing number 399, Laksh Bafna from RL Karting in the blue-red helmet here. And this is, I believe, is Krish Gupta, number, of course, 369.
With 345 is Miguel.
That's
from
right.
Philippines. Okay, does it light it up, this one? No, a little bit for himself, but it doesn't change his position. Okay, Chris turn up, 369, P5 now. Is Panu still holding P1, 55,843. Number 331, Jiho Nathan. His time is 56,035. And in P3 is Rasharat from K-Star, 56,114. And P4 is Eason, 56,22. And P5 is Chris, that's 56,22. And P6, number 333, Chun from Japan, 56,284. P7, number 320, Kian, 56,304. And 313, Naman, P8, P9, Sutomo, and P10, Miguel, P11, Lars, and Juga, P12, 57,778.
Well, we still have time for the qualifying laps here by the senior max drivers here. A lot of people have come in for their pit just to save the tires for the next race really, but it's still some people are out on the race because the time is still available for them to try to clock the best lap. but as we all know, the maximum tire efficiency or the tire management or the time usage, if you like,
Yeah.
is actually in the round or laps number 3 or 4, right?
Yeah. Usually, but with this driver, they know, if you can't get it done in third lap, then they won't be hesitate to wait for fourth lap. They'll just come in.
That's right.
It's no point wasting another lap and don't get the job done.
That's right. And you end up wasting more tires than you should do.
Yeah.
So the best laps that you can do is lap number 3 or 4 to squeeze the best out of your tires.
Yep.
All right, so a lot of the drivers have already come in, and Panu still clocks the best time of course, 55.843, followed by Jonathan Moshe. Then in P3 is Ratcharat from K-Style, and P4 Eason Seng, P5 Krish Gupta, P6 Shun Sekaguchi, 7 Kian Shah, 8 Naman Kureja, and 9th is Sutomo Nishimura, followed by P10 Miguel Quinones, P11 Lash Bafna, and of course one and only Senior Max Master in P12 Jukka Koivistoinen. And of course here again is the lineup of the positions to go on to race in the next session, which will be heat number 1 for the drivers, or the qualifying heat 1. All right, so next up will be the DD2 Max and DD2 Max Masters. We only have 4 drivers to compete in this next event, and of course they're still very fierce and competitive in terms of their driving skills, and a lot of the names that I can see on the list now are the experienced drivers. Again, in all the categories of the race here at Bira, the winners will go on to receive the ticket for the grand finals, and this is only the first stepping stone to achieve that, because of course we still have 4 more rounds of race to compete before the overall winners is announced. So after we complete this qualifying practice for all categories, we'll then move on to compete in the first heat of the event, which will be the qualifying heat 1 between all the drivers. So the formality or the format of the race here, of course, will follow the usual routine format of starting off with Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, and Max DD2 in that order. All right, so these are more senior guys getting themselves ready. Thomas Jacob George here from RL Karting, and you can see here in the white suit is Ananton Ota in cart number 477, the only driver from Thailand here. Kenny Ng Yi Tang from Stratos Motorsports in the blue-white suit. And of course, already the one in the kart himself is Darren Hollywood Formosa. All right, the DD2 drivers are getting themselves ready. Just for the sake of facts and information that many of you might be interested to know, DD2 is, of course, an engine using the engine of the 125 Max Evo, but the only specialty or the special significance of about this class is of course the DD2 actually is abbreviated for direct drive engine. There's no chain connecting between the engine and the axle. Instead, the engine actually is connected directly to the axle and drives the axle directly. So of course the DD2 has 2-speed and it's chainless, and it was introduced in 2002 by the Rotax Max Challenge. And here we go for other interesting points about the DD2 engine is that the kart can go as fast as 110 plus kilometers an hour with the horsepower of 34, squeezing out all the engine efficiency or the engine power from that small 125 Max Evo engine. And of course the age group of the drivers can be as little or as young as 15 years of age and above. All right, they have already passed their first lap, and now leading in P1 is Thomas Jacob George from RL Karting. And now switching P or positions now, Ananton Ta has already taken over the P1 with 56.191, followed by Thomas Jacob George, Eung Yi from Malaysia, and of course Darren Hollywood Formosa in number 598 in P4. All right, so I can't imagine how hot it must be inside that suit, but I think the adrenaline for all these drivers are flowing. That kind of prevents them from knowing really how hot it is. But as soon as they take off that race suit, you can see a lot of sweat, a lot of water pouring out. So health is a big concern and a big something that all these drivers need to look out for, because getting yourself hydrated, getting yourself a lot of water in your body helps you maintain a healthy lifestyle or healthy way to race. 499 is still taking the lead with P1 possession of 56.036, followed by Thomas Jacob George, 56.171. Eung Yi Tang or Kenny from Stratos Motorsports in P3 with 56.513, followed by Darren Hollywood Formosa 57.012. Well, some drivers still trying to squeeze the best out of their engine here by remaining on the track. That's right, so 444 is already getting himself inside the pit lane or the pit stop. I believe that he knows that he can't squeeze any more out of his engine or his kart, so that's why he decided to come in. And another person is lifting his hand. I believe that he wants to come in as well. I believe that's This is Darren here, still trying his best to squeeze that little seconds or very few seconds out of that engine of his. The timing for all these drivers are very close together again, just like any other categories. Let's see what he can do with his final lap here. I believe checker flag is already out, so he has to conclude his qualifying practice. And now he's out, and the time is no better than the previous lap, so he remains or has to remain contended with the 57.012 of the time. So once again, the lineup for the DD2 and DD2 Max Masters will be 499 Anantor Nota from his own team, and followed by 444 Thomas Jacob George in the Max DD2 from RL Karting, and of course Kenny Ng Yi Tang for the Max DD2 Masters from Stratos Motorsport. And in closing off the pack is 598 Darren Hollywood Formosa.
Okay, I think it's ready for qualify heat 1 now. Oh, what did you forget, boys? Just to park your car in the right spot? Okay. Okay, my helmet is undone. Help me. Okay. It doesn't matter what team, you can always ask for help anytime on the pre-grid. Now I think the Micromax is ready. Okay.
เอาอันนี้สูงต่ำได้
ไอ้อันนี้พี่เม่นมันเหมือนกับว่าพอปล่อยไปสักแป๊บแล้วมันเริ่มดูดเสียงเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆเหมือนมันยิ่งไวขึ้นโดยที่คือเหมือนตอนแรกกำลังดีระยะได้แต่พอเริ่มพูดต่างๆนี่มันเริ่ม
เขาบอกว่าช่างบอกว่าให้สูงเขาสูงหน่อยต่ำๆได้ไม่รู้ดิ
Okay, now the Micromax seem to be ready. 1 minute boss is already shown. And I think they're gonna line up properly here, nice and tidy. The pre-grid is open. The green flag is waved. Okay, I think they're gonna get one warm-up lap.
All right.
One formation lap.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the real race
Come
now.
on, I'm praying for him to get the engine started. Help. Okay.
Number 17, what's happening to his engine now?
I don't know. Now the mechanic is helping. Make sure he get help in time. Spark plug maybe?
I don't know. So it's Kenzie from Rehoboth Racing Team. Now he's stuck with the engine problem, and the mechanic is now trying to fix as fast as he can, because obviously we cannot wait for the other drivers to complete that lap and get into that formation. That would mean that number 17 might have to miss out if he cannot get his engine to start. All right, so the rest of the pack, or the rest of the drivers are already in their formation and now coming up to the corner, getting to the positions. The marshals already waved their flags to get all these drivers into their proper positions. Unfortunately, we have to leave out number 17. I don't think that he got his engine started.
No.
Now, passing the red line, that means you cannot break out of your formation. And, there's a problem with
one
another engine.
gone off. Got to leave the space. You cannot fill it in. Leave the space for your friend. No, they did not.
And
The light did not go
the
off.
lights did not go off.
One
So,
more.
one more round or one more lap for these drivers. And what seems to be the problem, we still have one kart still out on the track and not being able to start, and he has to be pulled out. That's unfortunate
from
for
Singha Motorsport.
this young guy, Panapat, all time from Sing Motorsports here.
Very
Unfortunate
sorry for
that he
him.
has to pull out from the very last minute of the heat one.
It's okay, let's fix up the kart, line it up again. Don't forget, if your friend is not there, don't fill up the gap, leave the space there. Because it's not your starting position. Okay, if you start in P10, you have to start in P10. If the kart in front of you left out, fall off, whatever it is, you always leave the space there.
That's the regulation. There's no way around it. You have to do that.
Yeah,
It's a part of the regulation you have to follow.
One kart gap, that's what you need to leave. You cannot replace him.
All right, so it seems to me that all these drivers understand
Yep, they know
what
the
needs to be
drill.
done.
Yep.
Passing that red line means that you cannot switch positions anymore, and that has to be what it is.
Yep, if you cannot get in line before the first kart reach the red line, then you have to join at the back of the grid. Let's see
Okay.
if the light go off this time.
I have to line up in the corridors before the lights go off.
The lights goes off.
All right, here we go. The race
Quite tidy, but
starts.
it's manageable. Okay, turn one clear. Okay, now leading by the Bira kart, followed by I think Top One Motorsport. Oh, the Bira is shutting it down. I think it's Daniel Yoon.
Daniel Yoon, yes, certainly. Daniel Yoon is now leading the pack from RL Karting, and he's getting himself away from the rest of the group.
And we can see in third place, fourth place from DT Motorsport in the Saudi kart here. Oh, there's some overtaking from Singha Motorsport in the yellow kart there at the back. Now he cannot make it. Now he's got to dive inside. He's protecting himself.
The top drivers are still seem to be like spreading out, and they don't seem to have any problem with the race at the moment. Is what it really needs to focus on is the middle pack or the mid group people who are actually competing in the times which are very, very close together in the pack. So it's still a fierce competition.
I think Michael Bissett from Singha Motorsport is going up to be for the field position now. Some still maintain their position, some staying some.
Oh, let's have a look at this. He just overtook.
Okay, now it's P2, P3, P4. P1 seem to pull away, no problem. Daniel having about 4 or 5 kart length of gap. Okay, now it's P2, P3, P4, P5, up to about P9. That's what they have to race each other. It's only heat 1, the tire not up to temperature yet. Okay, this group is going to be interesting. 2, 3, 4.
That's right. Seems to me that they are getting closer together. It's only the matter of time before P3 is catching up. And P3 is Sitapat, of course.
Okay.
Alpha from DT Motorsports
Yep.
driving.
And don't hold up your friend. Let's work together. You know, the more you fight at the back, the leading is going to get away. So now the gap between P1 and P2 is like half a second. If you keep fighting, the gap going to increase and you're going to lose more distance to P1. So let's work together, boys. Now it's catching up. Yes, that's how it works.
All right, so we are looking at doing the 8-lap race for qualifying heat number 1. All right, so taking the lead is Daniel Yun in P1. Chayut from the Noise Racing Team or Tayat in P2. Setapat from DT Motorsport or Alpha in P3. Tantat now from MRC Racing Aitan in P4. Followed by P5 Seo Bang Patarapon P6 Maitri Wat P7 Achira P8 Michael in P9 Hitli Quinn in P10 and now we're switching positions now because the race is still ongoing and of course Daniel is still taking the lead here.
But the gap is decreasing now. It's only 0.2 of a second now. So they work together. They chase P1.
I think from P1 and P2 Chayut is actually slowly catching up Daniel with the previous gap difference of only 0.5 of seconds now down to 0.25 of a second.
Okay, now it's lap 4 out of total 8 laps. Let's see if someone do any move now. I think the tire is up to temperature now. If it lights up, use it, boys.
All right, so here we are. This race is still ongoing and we still don't know who's going to be in which position at the final.
Yeah, the Sony seem to have a bit more of the top end.
Yeah, that's right.
But whether it's enough to do the overtake, not really.
Hey, here we go.
Yeah.
Now he's taking the second place from Chayut.
Yep,
Oh, can he do it?
yep. Oh, he brought his friend along.
Oh dear,
Okay.
Chayut has already dropped from P2 now to P4.
Yes, he lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Okay, now is Chayut gonna get his position back? Now it's a chase for him now.
But he has to be very, very careful because the one behind him, Tantat, or rather
Oh, it's Sibonen.
Sibon is still catching him up very closely.
Yeah, so from 1 to 5 now, just keep an eye on them. See, they're using full edges corner, like, you know, nearly touch the grass, just to gain maximum speed out of that first turn, second turn, third turn, and the fourth turn, the right-hand sweeper. Let's see if anybody catching up, anybody.
Well, whatever you want to do, boys, you have to be fast because you're running out of laps. Now we're already in the 6th lap, and before we just a little bit over 1 lap and a bit to go before we have to close off in this heat. And now they're spreading out again. So from 1 to 5, they're stretching out a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite difficult for any drivers to switch positions at this point.
Okay. What you don't see on camera now is the the steward just checking the jump start for this heat, and I think there's going to be some penalty. But from up here you can see obviously someone wasn't in the corridor. Just by misunderstanding, mismanaging, or you leave the gap, you try to close the gap, you miss out the corridor. There's going to be penalty for.
Oh, what's
someone
happened
gone
now?
off.
From Sing Motorsports here, the young guy, number 11,
I didn't see how did he go off.
Michael Bishev. I don't know what happened to his card, but we caught off guard by his spin off. Unfortunate, and we are now got the checker flag for all the drivers, and we have completed this heat 1 for Micromax.
How well is he doing? Because I think the Marshall is checking. Okay, the team manager for the card number 19, please meet the race director up on the control tower. Team manager of the card number 19. Card number 19 is Pannapat. The team manager, please meet the race director up in the control tower. Thank you.หมายเลข 19 นะครับ ขอเชิญผู้จัดการทีมพบ race director ด้วยครับ หมายเลข 19 นะครับ ขอเชิญผู้จัดการทีมพบ race director ด้วยครับ
All right, just before we move into the further and deeper rounds, of course, you've already seen and witnessed some of the exciting or some of the interesting race by the young drivers here. This is only the Micromax now. We have to wait and see the more senior drivers in the next event, which of course will be the Minimax. What's really important about the race here is that we are seeing the young drivers, more and more younger drivers coming in to join the race, simply because I think not only the discipline that these young drivers will get out of this participation in the motorsport like this, but they also get the camaraderie, the sportsmanship feeling to it, and they can go and grow to become decent and responsible adults in the future. I think this is a very good starting point, and we have to really appreciate the support from the parents and the teams in enabling these youngsters to compete.
And from what I have seen, these people aren't just good at go-kart. They're good at everything they do because they learn how to manage themselves, how to have discipline in the timetable, their routine work. Okay, now the 1 minute board is up. Okay, we're ready for Minimax. Round 1, Heat 1.
The board is up. The blockade is about to be pushed out of the way before these kids, the 9 drivers altogether, can start. And off they go in the formation lap before they come in for the race. Of course, participating in this group of youngsters will be 105 Prapasathon from Watt Motorsport, Jensen Hammond from Stratos Motorsport, Ko Yang Xian from Wara Race Karting, Ishan Swarup from WK Motorsports, Puwara from Simon Racing, Pim Pat from Gold Motorsports Thailand, Isaac Yoon from RL Karting, Chinapat Wechaputi from DT Motorsport, and Chen Yi Chu from RL Karting. By reading out the names, one can see almost instantly that these are not new drivers. They are all experienced drivers just competing in the more senior category of Minimax.
Yep. Now they're approaching turn 10, lining up for the last corner before the starting lineup. Nice and tidy now. Nice and tidy now. Nice and tidy now.
All right, let's see. 9 drivers and of course only one winner out of this heat, the qualifying heat 1.
Yep.
Let's get them into formation and of course into rows and flanks and fouls
Get into
and
corridor.
corridors.
Perfect. Lights
Off
off.
they go.
Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. P1 shut the door. Still maintain
Alright.
position. Okay, that GFC card diving from somewhere. He's been P2 now. From WK Motorsport for sure. From P4 Asia and Swarovski.
Right.
He's in second place now. Okay, now everybody else got the job to do. You know, on the rolling start, sometimes there's a gap, there's an opportunity. You just got to capitalize that.
Chinapat is able to still maintain his possession in P1, of course followed by Isaac Yun.
Oh, that Saudi is just pulling away. Huge gap now, it's about 10 car length.
Wow, he's really rocketed out of the way, followed by the WK Motorsports Ishan Swarup. Now taking in the second possession. All right, let's see. Ishan has already gained some place and overtaken Isaac. And now, so Isaac is now fallen down to P3, Shen Yi P4, Prapasathorn in P5, and Puwara P6, Jensen P7, Pimpat P8, and Go Yangxian in P9.
If you don't know what is WK Motorsport, it stands for Warawong Komaragu, like Warawong Komaragu Motorsport, you know, he been contended at the grand finals a few times as well, and now he just start his own karting team called GFC, using GFC chassis but under his name WK.
Interesting race this is going to be. Looks like we already passed the first lap and now on to the second. It just seems to me that the top 5 have already spread it out a little bit, so there's no really big
Now
contention at the moment.
It's the Carlos Sen card in the number 117. Jensen is being chased by Puara.
So what we really need to watch is this here, the youngsters in the mid pack.
Yep. Puara seems to be a little faster on entering the Mickey Mouse and on the exit here. But after that, Jensen seemed to pull away on the higher speed part of the track.
It seems to me that Ishan has dropped down a little bit from Chinapat. Chinapat has already taken a way stretch out in the lead, followed by Ishan in WK Motorsports. Now Ishan is being challenged by 177 Jensen Hammond from Stratos.
Yep. Thank you, thank you all the India's drivers and team who join us over here. Hope most of you guys turn up here. And by the way, we still have fuel to race, no shortage of supply.
All right, so
Okay.
P2, P3. Let's
Yeah.
have a look with
Isaac and Ishan, Korea and India. Now they're in the Bira card, and the other one is in GFC card. Don't look back, don't look back. Okay, Kame. Okay, the Bira, Isaac is showing his nose. In the last corner, they're coming out. Okay, let's see if Isaac get the slipstream. He dive inside, turn 1, got it. Okay, now he
Oh,
brought.
he's already overtaken.
Yeah, now Chen Yi, as start earlier, Ishan was in P4 and he sneaked in. Now,
Looks like Ishan is trying to get back
Yep.
down in the Mickey Mouse.
Yep, but by diving like that, you lost so much speed, and then here we go, Chen Yi took that advantage. When you dive out inside, you cannot get the job done. You lose so much speed on the next corner. So the guy behind you saw that and capitalized it.
Right, it looks like a great opportunity, especially in that Mickey Mouse, because you have so many turns that you have to make left and right. So it's a very dangerous zone, if you like, because it's a risky zone that you can be easily overtaken if you're not careful about it.
Yeah. And once you overtake, you could get overtaken back at any time as well around the Mickey Mouse. Okay, now the two people start to work together. Are they going to be fighting for position? Are they going to maintain it?
Oh, see, we're still seeing some switching positions here. Now the two Bira karts in P2 and P3. Followed by the GF kart from the WK Motorsport. Hey, he's been taken now. Ishan, you have to be careful. Oh, it's too wide. It's already been taken. Oh.
Yeah, Ishan, I think he probably like.
Prapasathorn has already overtaken Ishan now, and now Prapasathorn is in, of course, P4.
Yeah, Ishan probably have like a bit of higher pressure at the start, so his tires lights up first, and now he's falling back.
Prapasathorn is also a very promising driver here from Watt Motorsports. He's gradually made his way up from the Micro Max now to the mid. Oh! What an incident!
Okay.
Oh, dear, what
Ishan took
happened,
the
Ishan?
dive, he couldn't make it. Slam it into number 105. Nah, but 105 lucky, he still continue driving. No,
Oh,
it's quite
dear.
a hard hit, but I don't see any damage on the car.
I think the drivers are both safe.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at it again. This is the slow motion.
Diving.
Prapasathorn is coming in now and bang.
The front wheel
Ishan.
hitting the rear wheels.
I think both drivers are okay,
Let's
and
be
the karts
careful.
should be okay too.
Should be careful, yeah. Papasadon didn't see him coming. And just bows up and down. Good control the
Almost.
car. Yeah, good control the
Still
car.
good control.
Yeah.
But
Just
anyway,
keep-
Prapasathorn just lost his position there from that incident.
I don't know whether he lost position. Did he?
he's-
One car. Okay.
Anyway, let's now have a look at the leaders. In P2 and P3, forget all about Chinapat. I think he's already way out in the lead in P1, and now we are on to the final lap with Chinapat still in the lead, followed by Isaac, Yun, and Chen Yi in P2 and P3. Jensen Hammond has already taken in the position of P4, followed by Pimpat in P5, Puwara in P6, and Prapasathorn has sadly dropped down to P7, and P8 Goyang, and closing off is Ishan in P9.
It looked good for Prapasathorn for a while until he got hit from behind.
All right, so well done to Chinapat from DT Motorsports for winning the heat. I think we can comfortably say that he was way out in the lead
Yes.
in this race.
Yes.
Quite a comfortable win for him.
Yep.
And of course, the finish positions, as I mentioned, Shinpat being P1, Isaac Yun P2, Chen Yi Chu P3. And now we'll have a look at the highlights of the race itself, which should be coming up soon. Well, there we have it from the junior races here. This is the lineup for the final positions in the qualifying heat for Minimax. And of course now we'll move on to the next event, which will be the Junior Max qualifying heat 1. And of course leading the pack in this category will be Pirapong Pansutamno in P1, followed by Patapon Gaukajanaset in P2. P3 will be Tanawarat Wechaputi, followed by P4 Kitinantapat, both from DT Motorsports. In P5 will be Natawat Sutamno, P6 Kato Lloyd, P7 Siripat Getsuwan, and P8 Sehil Singh. Junior Max drivers.
Yeah, I think number 299. I think he missed out by a few points last year in the championship, so he missed out the grand final ticket. I think this year he's up for it. No, from Singha Motorsport. And again, P2 was the grand final representative for Thailand last year in Minimax class. Pattaya, Gao Kanchanaset. He's in the Bira card. Okay, and third place, Sodi Kart. Fourth place, Tony Kart. Okay, let's go now. Okay, formation lap for Junior Max.
This is getting more exciting because obviously as you get the more experienced drivers out onto the track, I think it's not only the skills that you see them drive, but also the techniques, different techniques. Each driver has a variety of techniques that they use against one another in order to gain advantage.
Yeah, P2 and P3 are like I would call the former champion from Minimax last year and vice champion. And yeah, in P1 there's more experienced driver who was in this category from last year but missed out by only a few points. So now they're lining up.
All right, so seeing Motorsports together with What Motor Racing, front row drivers, of course, followed by other drivers. Now they are getting into the formation, and a beautiful formation that they're doing at the moment now, with all the drivers all lined up in their respective positions.
Seeing some drivers squeezing the fuel part, just not to let his carburetor to float with extra fuel. He doesn't need it.
Gets that extra juice out of the engine.
Yeah, so the engine doesn't bulk out when the lights goes off. Now let's see, but Pirapawan really slowing down, and now he's gassing it.
And off they go, the lights are out.
Okay, Patapol got sneaked in by the Sony Kart from Tanawarat.
It's unfortunate, not a good start for Patapon. He's already dropped down from P2 now to P3.
Yeah.
Been overtaken by Tanawarat.
It seems like 1, 2, 3 is pulling away. He's created a gap really quickly now. Okay, now it seems like Patapol wants to get it back early.
All right, so now we are now watching P1 and 3, P1, 2, 3, now racing. Leading the pack, of course, is Pirapong Pansutamno, followed by Tanawarat and Patapol in P3. Peachy, as his name is also known, his nickname, is actually a really experienced driver here in this event, and Day being the second driver, the P2 position. Thanavarat, his nickname is Day, and followed by Porsche, DNA in P3. Very, very joyful to see these young drivers grow up in their ranks, in their age groups, and now starting from Micromax, all of them did, and now they are already in the junior category.
Yep.
The mid-pack is still formed quite tight formation between themselves, between P4 to P7, and followed by P8 in the back there.
Yep, the back group is quite interesting as well. Some of the drivers just move up to Junior Max this year. Number 289 Kutilapat.
Just looks to me that the gaps are widening between the P1 and P3. But however, you should not still be complacent and overlook the opportunities that these young kids will find between corners.
Yeah, especially the boys from Thailand, they've been doing thousands and thousands of laps over here, you know. And yeah, they pretty much can close their eye and drive here.
I couldn't agree more. I think they're very, very experienced here. And I think driving only for 10 laps for this heat is too easy for them. But you just have to wait and see in the later rounds when they have to race more laps. And I think really the endurance comes into play here.
Yeah, I would like to welcome more of the foreign driver to this event, you know. It create opportunity to all the boys in Asia to get the grand final ticket, you know. Even though if you don't have Rotax Max Challenge in your country, or even if you have it in your country, you still want to race more for it. And yeah, I'd like to welcome you to join us here at Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy. You know, bring more friends to come along. More friends, more fun.
That's right. And I think it's a great opportunity for any driver really, I mean, young or old, in their respective categories to come and compete. It's a way to test your skill, a way to see how much you can compete with other drivers in the region. I think the Asia Trophy just gives you that opportunity. But on top of that, we also have the National Trophy,
Yes.
which is due to take place sometime next month, if I'm not mistaken, in May. That will actually coincide with another regional trophy, or the Asia Trophy.
The Asia Trophy is next month.
That's right.
Yeah.
It actually is co-organized with the National Trophy as well next month.
And we also, as a part of Rotax, we also have the International Trophy in Le Mans. You have the International Trophy in Macau. And yeah, those are single round. If you're looking for the ticket, just turn up, go for a fight there, and then try to take a ticket home in one round.
That's right. So the next round will be the 2nd to the 3rd of May. Will be held here again in Bira circuit for both Asia Trophy and the National Thailand Trophy.
Yeah, there'll be a joint race together between RMC Thailand and RMC Asia Trophy.
That's right.
Yep.
Looks to me that the possessions have not changed. We're still watching quite closely to see how other drivers are doing. P1 to P3 still remain the same in their possessions.
Yeah, I think Pattaya is studying the kart in the front because his car was faster in F25, and now he's in 3rd place. So I think, he is going to be studying his friend, see when he's going to overtake later on today or tomorrow.
By the look of it, he clocked faster lap than P2, than Thanavarat here. So it looks to me that he's actually catching up with P2, and if he has more time or more laps to do, I think he will stand a chance of overtaking P2. But in any case, it really is up to the skill of the drivers, as I mentioned earlier. But as you get more mature, more senior in your ranks in your age group, I think these drivers have the experience to play around with the kart and to be able to use that trick or whatever your technique to your advantage in overtaking your competitor.
I agree. It's, when they move up from little kart to bigger kart, you just basically require bigger muscle just to hustle the karts around the track.
So true. It's not just being able to drive, but your physique, your physical fitness will have to come into play here as well. So Pattaya is really slowly catching up and gradually, but I don't know whether he has time to do so because we only have just a little bit over 2 laps left.
I don't think he's gonna try to push his tie any further. Like D2 is it's quite a hard tie, from my point of view, and once it's gone for good. So he better manage it well to keep it for the last part of the race tomorrow.
Now deep braking by Pattaya here, like catching up with Thanavarat.
Yeah,
They're so close together now.
it seems like Pattaya, I'm pretty sure his car a little bit slower on the high end by the looks of it, but on the slower end his car tends to be faster. Let's check out.
He seems to be able to take corners quite well compared to Thanavarat here.
And especially at this part here at the Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that's why where he catch up.
That's right. So it's like
But then after this part here, Thanavarat seem to extend the lead more and more from this point onward.
seems to have more speed in the straight.
Yeah, on top end. It's just the way this cars are set up. They're probably
right.
like having one teeth of the sprocket different, one smaller than another.
But needless to say about the P1 position, Pirapongpan now is already in a comfortable lead, away from the other 2 P2 and P3 drivers.
Yeah, under the team management by Tin Sutai, it just doesn't get there anymore.
A little over 1 second in the lead from Thanavarat. Pirapongpan is actually in comfortable lead now of his kart.
Yep, and following by P4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is miles away now.
Now looking at these drivers here, you think that they're really old drivers, right? For the junior category. In fact, now Pirapongpan has taken the checkered flag followed by Thanavarat in second place, Pattaya is third, Kitinantapat in fourth, and Nantawat in fifth, Kaito in sixth, Sehil in seventh, and Sirapat in eighth. So we just concluded the heat 1 for Junior and Max. I was just saying about the age group of these youngsters. You'll be surprised if I were to tell you that the age group here is only 12 to 14. So they're still very, very young, but they are able to drive karts like this. This is quite amazing. And of course, the skills of these drivers will stick with them throughout the rest of their life, and I think many of them actually have go on to become big car drivers as well in the big races.
Yes. Like many of the seniors that graduate from here, they already join some big team like Toyota, like Ananton is joining Vatana Motorsport, driving some GT3 and all that. So motorsport in Thailand is quite big, even though we only have one racetrack and Buriram. We have a street circuit in Bang San, and
All right, now let's have a look at the highlights of the just concluded event of Heat 1 for Junior Max.
yeah.
All right, so we're now back with the lineup, and of course, this is the result of the qualifying Heat 1 for Junior Max. Pirapong Pan being the winner in the heat. Now we are off to the Senior Max category. Leading the pack, of course, in P1 is Panu Satien Mongkon from Wat Motorsports. Eason Sang, of course, rather in P2 will be Yehonatan Moshe. P3, Ratcharat Anantakhan. P4, Eason Sang. P5, Krish Gupta. P6, Shun Segeguchi. P7, Kien Shah. P8, Naman Kukreja. P9, Sutomo Nishimura. P10, Miguel Quinones. P11, Lash Bafna. And of course, the only Max Master senior driver is Jukka Koivistoinen in P12. Now, the senior drivers are getting themselves ready.
Yep, controlling the pack by Panu, slowing down, squeezing his fuel.
All right, so let's see. The technique of these senior drivers here come in many forms, so you have to be very, very careful and watch out
It's
closely.
all the tactics and techniques and knowledge and everything they use around here.
I don't
Okay,
think
lights
that.
off now.
All right, here we go.
Okay, Panu's defending himself. Still holding P1. Rasharat come up to P2. Okay, it's a bunch of Bira Kart in 3, 4, 5. Okay, Panu still leading. P2, Rasharat in the Parolin Kart. And P3, that's another Bira. In 3, 4, 5, I'll check out the number now.
All right, so let's have a look at P3.
No, I think Rasharat capitalized the opportunity by starting P3 and he's just following Panu.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
know, doesn't let P2 sneak into the line. and he gained the gap, gained the position.
Certainly, Pattaya is a very experienced driver himself. He's been driving this for almost a decade now, I can see.
Yeah, probably the only one in the track that having his parents is mechanic. You know, is his karting family, I would say. Okay,
Oh,
now the Bira start getting done with themselves.
Krish Gupta, he's one time he already took control, but then I think he's still keeping his position.
Yeah, he got it done there. I think Kian got overtaken by Chris.
That's right. So Krish Gupta is now taking the place in P4.
Yeah. In P3 is
P3,
Naman from
right,
India.
okay.
P4 is Kian from India. P5 is Chris from India. And P6 is number 333 is Shun from Japan. Okay, now the 3 Birel from India is holding the gold motorsport.
Now Krish has already taken P4, so I think Naman Kukureja is also has maintained his position of P3.
Yep, I'm still learning now. Naman is in the green helmet.
Right. What's happened to Yeho Nathan now? Yeho has already dropped down from P2 earlier in the race now to P9. I don't know what happened to his car, but anyways.
Is it a puncture? It could be a puncture.
Manu is already stretching out his lead, followed by Ratcharat in P2.
In P6 and P7, that's Isan at the back there try to get the job done at the back. Oops, okay. It's a fight among the Birel themselves now.
These are the very young, competent drivers from India. They're really good. They are now in P3 to P5.
Yep.
Naman, Krish Gupta, and Kian. All right, so let's have a look now. So how the positions are. The positions are pretty much remain in the same as the previous lap.
Yeah, I think the fight gonna be on from third place onward.
So certainly Panu has stretching his lead, followed by Ratcharat. Both of them are really stretching their leads now. In the green helmet, Naman from India, from RL Karting. And now he's been taken over by Krish Gupta. Yes, Krish has taken the place of P3.
Yeah, he's in third place now. Okay, he's no good in qualifying, you know, start in P5, but now he's in P3.
And still in P5 is Kian. All three of them from RL Karting.
RL Karting is actually a karting team from Malaysia, you know, and you know, it's nice to match up with them with the Indian driver and racing in Thailand. And don't worry, say the race in Pattaya is for everyone. You know, you get all sorts of food, you get all kinds of hotel. We have about 10,000 hotels in Pattaya. It's wide variety to choose from 20 euro per night up to, you know, 100, 200 euro per night for a really nice one. And it's really good for karting. You know, you got choice for teams, drivers and mechanics and so on.
And I believe Lush Bafna is already out of the race. And I don't know what's happened to his car, but I believe that his car has some engine problem. So he's already out of the race. Now we only have 11 drivers competing, and Panu is ever more like stretching his lead by over 2 seconds now. Panu, followed by Ratarat, followed by Krish Gupta in now P3, and Naman P4, Kian P5, Eason Sang P6, Shun Shikuchi in P7, Yonatan P8. He's already gained one position from his previous lap. And Miguel Quinones in P9, Sutomo in P10, and Juga Kovistoinen in P11.
Okay, for Panu now, he's leading by himself. He's having about 2-second gap from P2. He's driving a CRG in a white suit, written Thai at the back.
I think it's only wise for him now to conserve the tires for the next heat. They only have now 3 laps remaining, and I think Panu, with his lead like this, I think he can easily conserve his tires for the next race.
Yep. Just
The lead
look at the way he drives. It's just so smooth.
Yeah, that's right. So he's not really pushing himself anymore, as you could say, or you can tell from his driving.
The car is not sliding anywhere.
Let's see, the more interesting stuff would actually be in the mid pack also. I don't know whether we are actually seeing this happening, but it just seems to me that all 11 drivers are really stretched out more. It's only,
Okay, 2 laps to go.
yeah, that's right. So only around P4, 5, 6 are still in contention with possible change in their positions, but again, with the gap opening up, I think the opportunity is getting less and less, and with the laps running out, we only have just over 1 lap.
Eason tried to get the job done. He's in P6. Try to overtake P5.
That's right. At Bira circuit, certain areas and certain corners where you can actually overtake, and that actually provides such a great opportunities for the drivers to do so. It really, it's up to the drivers themselves when they see the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, where we see Panu now running the 9th lap. Okay, where we see him now is straight line, downhill a little bit towards turn 1.
I can see that Eason Sang is really pushing Kian Shah a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's really being under a lot of pressure. P5 and P6 are still in contention. But his time or his lap is running out. So he only has just less than 1 lap to go before the checker flag. And Panu is already coming down to the last few corners before he receives the checker flag and takes the win for Heat 1 in the Senior Max. And already Panu is now coming to the last stretch, and the checker flag is out. In P1, Panu Satyen Mongkon, followed by Racharat in P2, Krish Gupta in P3, Naman P4, Kian Shah in P5, Eason Seng P6, Shun Sekaguchi in P7, Yonatan in P8, Miguel Quinones in P9, Sutomo Nishimura in P10, and Juga Koivistoinen in P11. Unfortunately, Lach Bafna had to pull out from the race in this heat, but never mind, he still has many races and many sessions to go through before we know who will be the overall winner in this round.
Okay, Panu from Wat Motorsport in the CRT card. He's getting to the park for me now. Wait his card. See if, every single milligram is counted. Along the way back, you see some cars, driving offline and all that. They just try to collect some rubbers, I would say, to gain a little bit of weight for the scale. Like I said, every milligrams count.
Yeah, that's right. In all fairness, I think that's what Rotax is trying to do, try to close all the gaps. And this is the lineup for the qualifying heat. Of course, in different sessions, the final results: Pano Satyan Mongkon, Ratcharat Anantakan, followed by Krish Gupta, the top three.
I mean, I seen Chun Sekiguchi race here before. His time should be better, but I don't think he got the setup right yet. I think.
All right, so we're seeing the final category of this heat, the DD2 and DD2 Max Masters getting themselves ready.
Yep. This category is no chain, no pain, no sprocket. Everything is running direct drive with 40 mil XL. And yeah, 2-speed shifting, just 1 and 2. Make it quite easy. Doesn't have to remember so many gears, and it doesn't take out too much tires.
Well, it sounds easy with only 2 gears, but the thing is the timing and of course the actual pace that you do, the timing, you have to really get it correct and maximize the use of it. And DD2 Max just makes it more fun in that way because you know, not only the way that you drive on the track, but also how you use your gear wisely and efficiently. That makes it more fun.
Yes, and it's just like a case that you have a brake bias to adjust, you know, for between the front and the back. And most of them just having it a bit quite of a hardcore setup to the front, towards the front, you know, just to get the front grip. And the chassis itself is a bit thicker than the senior and the junior chassis, so it's got more grip itself. Plus, it's got the front brake, same as the KZ.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we already have the highlights for the Senior Max, so let's have a look if we have time for that. But if not, we'll just continue on with the DD2 Max and DD2 Max Masters.
Yep.
And I believe the green flags is already out, and so off they go with the 4 drivers here, the 2 for the DD2 Max and 2 for DD2 Max Masters. Now for the lineup, I think we have Ananton Orta, number 499 in the P1, followed by Thomas Jacob George in 444 P2. In P3, Kenny Ng Yi Chang, number 532, and in P4 is Darren Hollywood Formosa, number 598 in P4.
Yep, and for this class, the DD2 Senior will be P1 and P2, and for DD2 Master is between P3 and P4. So they're both pretty much lined up.
That's right, they quite clearly divided between the 2 groups, between the DD2 Max and DD2 Max Masters.
Yep, and it's 1-on-1.
By the number of the racers here, does it make you think that you want to race with these people?
Not at the moment. I'm just about to have a heart attack jumping the car now.
I know it is, but it can make you heart attack because obviously with the speed, the adrenaline flowing.
Yeah, lights off now.
And the lights are off.
Okay, Tai is defending his position well. P1 got away.
And of course, here we are. So let's see what these drivers can do with their gear and of course the speed, the race line that they have to do. Already in the formation, if you like, from P1 to P4 lineup, I don't see any fierce competition coming up anytime soon unless Thomas Jacob George can catch up Ananton, who's already in the lead in P1.
You know, Ta probably one of the best guys around here in terms of like driving go-kart, and you know, when he have a gap like that, no way you're gonna keep up. No way. I think in P2 you might have a problem with P3 in the master class, It's different classes, but doesn't matter. Who cares?
Oh,
You
yeah.
race on the same equipment, same weight.
That's right. So looking at this, he's being challenged
Yep,
by Kenny here
Yep.
in P3.
yep. And in master class, this category is for driver over 32 years old.
Oh, what's happened? What's wrong with the engine now? He
I
seems to be losing out.
Yeah, I think something wrong with Thomas Jacobs.
Oh dear. I think something to do with. Oh,
I
here
think
we
he's
are.
going back.
I think he's already back on the race.
Or it could be the gear. It could be gear
Yeah, it
just
must have
pop
been the
up.
gear.
When
Oh,
something
that's
like that,
unfortunate.
I just force it in, eh? Yeah, when it pops out, you just force it in and just hold it for a while. Make sure it stay there.
Well,
When you're behind the steering wheel, you just got to do everything
Right.
to get the car going.
so sometimes things like that happen. You can never know when it's going to happen to you, and you just hope and pray that it never happens.
Yeah.
Like fault, mechanical problems, either with the engine or with the kart itself. It's really disheartening, if you like, when you look at that. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
stroke of luck.
Yeah, but sometimes, it's good to know about your car a bit, like you have a little crash, the car fall off, and if you be able to put it back in and continue, collect some points, and that should be better off than just not doing anything and just let it go. Okay, Ananton seemed to be fine on the energy card, number 499.
Looks like he's chilling out a little bit now, not really pushing his kart too much. Because the strategy here, of course, is to save tires, right, for the
Yep.
next race.
Yep. And I think the helmet that he's wearing is by Lucky Design that he bought back from the grand final.
Oh, you seem to know everything about him. But anyway, this is what he is. He's
I don't think
an
Thomas
experienced
could go
driver.
any further. I think
Oh, still having some problem with his gear. I think
Yep.
number 444, Thomas Jacob George, seems to be having some problem with his gearbox issue.
better call the service center by this evening.
Oh, has to stop again. I don't know what's happened now.
Oh, yeah, hopefully.
Well, he's out of his card, so that's
Yeah.
it for him for this heat. That's unfortunate for Thomas Jacob George. Well, now we only have 3 drivers on the circuit.
Okay, interesting now.
Sota can drive comfortably now at his own leisure or own pace because he's not competing with anyone now because they're in different categories.
But I mean, this is probably the first time he raced in the DD2, so this
Oh.
is, he's learning how to prepare himself
Right.
towards the championship and towards the grand final.
Yes.
And hopefully, when everything is over, everyone going to turn up in Portimao. And I look at the calendar after the grand final on the 20th, there's going to be MotoGP after
Right.
that.
Wow. Oh dear.
So you go to the grand final, and if you want to spend more time at MotoGP, you can.
So the MotoGP will be in Portugal too?
Yep, at Portimao.
Wow, you can extend your stay in Portimao.
Yes.
It should be more fun and interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we all like all kind of motorsports.
That's right.
So pretty much the engine is.
I can tell that Cartodromo in Portimao, Portugal, is such a wonderful place to be at because I've been there once myself. It's set right by the coast, and the weather there can be variable, varying, but in any way, usually you normally get sunshine. The oranges there are so beautiful.
I guess by being next to the beach is you get a bit of wind condition that
That's
plays
right.
by a crucial role with the slipstream and all that. And I heard it's quite high speed as well.
It is very high speed, and
let's say we tap out over here is like 105, 108. What does it tap out in Portugal, in Portugal? 125, 128.
All right, so so now we are back on with the race here. Now on to the 8th lap. With Ananton is still leading, number 499, and the one and only driver in the Max DD2. The other two drivers are in Max DD2 Masters category. Kenny Unyi, number 532 in P2, and of course Darren Hollywood, Formosa, number 598 in P3. As we mentioned, Ananton is in his comfortable lead, so he really doesn't have to push his kart now and rather conserve it, save it for the next straight, especially the tires. Because in the scorching condition like Thailand here now, which we are reaching 37 degrees Celsius in temperature at the moment, I think it's really crucial that you really need to do your tire management. Now Ananton is actually clocking his time now to 57.179. The other two drivers, Kenny Ng Yitang, 57.365, and Darren Hollywood Formosa with 57.712. So they are clearly spreading out, with Ananton being the fastest driver here at this moment. On to the 9th lap and the final.
Yeah, one more lap to go.
Final lap.
Ananton in the energy card in the blue and red color. Okay, coming along with the orange and green helmet by Lucky Design.
So as the program goes, we still have one more race for all categories to go through.
Yep.
That will be qualifying Heat 1. Heat 2 rather. Heat 2.
We're going to be same number of laps as Heat 1, and starting position will be as qualified result. We get another go at this, and all the points will be collected and will be used for the final starting group.
Now the checkered flag is out, so Ananton won this qualifying Heat 1 and turned out to be the only driver in this category. In fact,
just feel sorry for Thomas Jacob,
because he had to pull out.
His car just parking there.
That's right. I'm sure the mechanics will get the kart fixed really quickly because they're very efficient from the RL Motorsport team here.
Yep. Thank you for joining us from Malaysia, RL Motorsport. And thank you for other teams that joining us from Malaysia as well, like Rotax Racing and so on.
Regionally, I think we've been getting a lot of support from teams from Malaysia, from Australia, Singapore, Philippines, and now the up-and-coming new markets of China. We are seeing more new faces and new drivers coming from that region to compete in Thailand as well. So this is a very comfortable and comforting thought to think about when you see like new markets opening up and with new drivers coming to compete. But
as I said earlier, Pattaya is very international. There is plenty of food for everyone, plenty of hotel. There's Chinese food, there's Indian restaurant, there's European food, and accommodation are considered to be really cheap compared to any other part of the world.
Right.
A lot of foreigners decided to be retiring in Pattaya, and so it's perfect for karting. Keep your cost low, and it's only an hour away from the airport. Okay, now is the Micromax at the pre-grid.
All right, no time for the highlights in the DD2 Max and Max Masters. Let's now continue with the next race, which will be the Micro Max qualifying Heat 2. And now all the kids are eagerly awaiting in their cars, despite the heat that they have to endure in the sun of Pattaya.
Okay, we start to see more of the OTK card in Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris card.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't just have the Tony card themselves, they have some other thing from OTK as well. Okay, but the card in the front would be P1 Daniel, P2 Sitapat, P3 Shiyut, P4 Tan Touch, P5 Sibon, P6 Ashira, P7 Panapat, P8 Patrapon, P9 Maitri Wat, P10 Rasha, P11 Michael, P12 Kenzie, P13 Kittikowin, P14 Archer, P15 Tam Sitrai. Okay, I think Tam has a problem earlier. Okay, 1 minute board is up.
You may remember that number 17 didn't get the start last time. Kenzie Erizananda from Rehoboth Racing Team. I don't know whether, of course, his car has been fixed, and let's hope that he will be able to race fully this time round in Heat 2.
Okay, the gate is open.
A lot of strong contenders in this group also in the Micromax. Many of them are quite familiar faces and have been in the race for some time now, and the kids have already gone off to their formation lap before starting the race.
Okay, all the points that they collect today from Heat 1 and Heat 2 will be used towards their Super Heat tomorrow and the final tomorrow.
All right, so let's see how well they will do their formation. Quite a large number of the kart drivers here, 16 in all, doing the formation lap and lining up for the start of this Heat 2.
Okay, again, thank you Monomax for the live streaming on YouTube and just broadcasting on their website. Okay, now approaching turn 10, the Micromax just form up the grid.
Nice and beautiful here though, for the young kids forming their karts.
Yep, again, Bira and Sodi.
That's right, Daniel Yoon and Setapat leading the pack in 1 and 2 before they're taking the final corner and before coming to the straight, and let's see whether the red lights will go out. All right, already in their corridors. Make sure they stay in the corridors. Okay, the lights are out.
Lights off. Okay, now P1 and P3. I think P2 is losing out.
All right, already in the lead is, of course, in P1, Daniel Yoon.
Okay, don't defend like that. It's holding the pack down.
Now let's have a look at P2, 3, 4. They seem to be still scrambling between themselves.
Yep. P1 is getting away. Daniel is getting away.
Oh.
Okay, now it's a bit of hassle. In the Mickey Mouse. Okay, everyone got away well.
Yeah, always the case because the start from the straight line down to the corner in corner 1 is always the issue that you really have to focus and make sure that you maintain your position, because otherwise you can lose your position easily if you do not be careful. Of course, Daniel Yoon is stretching out his lead now in P1. P2 is still Chayut. His nickname is Tayat, and of course still maintain his position from the previous lap. Tantat, of course, in P3, climbing up from the previous positions of P4 now to P3. It looks like that Setapat has lost out his place from P2 now down to P6. See other drivers. Looks like P1 and P2 really stretching out their lead. And of course, P3 and P4, P5 are really close together. I don't know whether we can or will have any change of positions from there, but I know that P3 is now looking back. Now he can sense that the follow-on drivers is really chasing him in the back. That it's almost close bump to touching the rear bumper of P3. And
Okay, now I think Aitan is in P3, holding back the pack. His friend said, go, don't hold back. The more you try to defend, the slower your car gonna get, because you're not running the optimal racing line.
all right, so he's really
Okay,
being
his friend
pushed
knocking
out
the
now. He's
door.
lost his position almost, or is he able to maintain it?
Yeah, still have the inside.
All right, he's still good.
Brought his friend along from Singha Motorsport.
So Aitan Tantat is still maintain his lead in P3.
Yeah.
Almost lost it.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be interesting. Okay, work together, boy, work together. If you're not working together, you're trying to defend your position, you're going to get chased even more.
And now we're seeing Panapat or time actually being challenged. And I think he is all right. So he's always a little bit wide in his turn there. But anyway, he's a little bit fortunate that he's still able to maintain his position.
Yep.
All right, so we are seeing that a lot of the cards in, of course, in P4, 5, 6 are really in contention now. The positions can change any time because of the skill all these drivers have. So it's only the matter of missing a turn or not wrongfully calculating a turn,
Yep.
and you can lose your position. So everything has to be very, very accurate in your race line.
Yep. They just keep tapping their friend to say, keep going.
That's
and
right.
going, don't slow down.
The use of the throttle, the brake, and everything has to be all in synchronization, because obviously any miscalculation, mistake that you make can cost you your position.
Yep, and the further the day progress, you're having less grip from the tires, and you got to put more effort into the driving, more and more and more and more.
Well, anyway, we're still seeing that
Okay, turn
Chayut,
1.
yes, still maintaining his position in P2.
Turn 3. Pandapat from Singha Motorsport still defending position. Okay, the card in blue try to go through. The Sony card is coming through.
It's looking very interesting here at the Mickey Mouse corner between the
Yeah.
4 or 5 drivers here.
I know. They're
Oh,
lining up as a wall. No, 4 cards.
oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna line them up as like one.
You really must have your nerves of steel here to compete in the karting event like this because all competitors are so close together. So in that skills and experience, and only one small mistake can cost you your position.
When you see 2 cars drive into the corner, you like the third one will sort of have the idea I should dive into it, and then another guy turned out and said, "Oh, this is 4th car. Should I dive into it as well?" And then when 4 cars dive into one corner together,
That's right.
chaos.
And then, when you lose your position, sometimes it's not just one position that you lose. You lose a couple of positions because other drivers follow suit, follow the drivers who actually try to overtake. And by doing so, you kind of close up the gap. So the one who's losing the position cannot get into that position or to his position, and that makes him, and then that costs him a lot in his position.
There's always a train coming out.
Yeah, we like to term it as the train, right? The high-speed train. Now on to the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Well, still with Daniel Yun.
Okay, final lap.
Daniel Yun still leading, followed by Chayut Nong Thayat. He's in the second place, even though the gap is a little bit too wide of 1 second, 7:15. But then again, the position has been like that all along. And Tantat is already in P3, followed by Setapat in P4, Panapat in P5, Xiaobon in P6, Maitriwat in P7, Achira P8, Michael Bishev in P9, Patarapon in P10, Raja Sterlingan in P11, Kittiquin in P12, Asia Leiko in P13, Time Sritrai in P14, and of course Kinzi Irizananda in P15.
Okay, the checker flag now for Daniel. P1, Chiyut P2, Tantas P3, Sitapat P4, Panapat P5, Sibon P6, Maitriwat P7, Ashura P8, Michael P9, Patarapol P10, Raja P11, Kittiquin P12, Archer P13, Tam P14, and Kenzie 15. And that is for Micromax.
Wow. A good race from all these drivers here, but again, some of the drivers, I know that Kenzie had a bit problem with his engine earlier, but it looks to me that still hasn't got fixed yet, still having some problem with the engine of the kart, but nevertheless, we'll see whether he will be able to come back.
Yep. It's still a long weekend. He's still got tomorrow for superheat and final.
That's right. And how to actually calculate the scores to go into the superheat? You add the heat 1 and heat 2 together and calculate the positions for the drivers, right? So this is, in all fairness, I think this is how Rotax has come up with the way of calculation.
Yeah, because we sort of want to award the fastest guy, sometimes the fastest guy got into weed 1 and got into accident. He lost his position all day, and they don't think it's fair by doing that. So they give more chance of the pole position in heat 2 and
that's
super
right.
heat as well, I think.
All right, so all these youngsters have done their best in that qualifying heat 2 for the Micromax. I know if we have time, we'll have a look at the highlights of the just concluded Micromax.
Minimax.
Minimax, that's right. Another interesting race.
Yep, there's going to be qualifying heat too. Okay. They'll be starting the same place where they start in heat 1.
Well, we can still see a lot of drivers here still pushing to their limits, trying to achieve their goal. And of course, the ultimate goal in this race is to be able to be the winner for the overall race of Rotax Asia Trophy and achieve a ticket to go to the grand finals. A very honorable event to attend to towards the end of the year in Portimao, Portugal. Anyway, so the Minimax drivers are out and they will get into their formation pretty soon before they get themselves start. As part of the lineup here, we have all together 9 drivers competing in this category of the race for Minimax. Of course, leading the pack in P1 will be Chinapat Wechaputi, followed by Isaac Yun in P2. P3, Ishan Swarup. P4 is Puwara Yongchayut. P5 is Papasathorn Silapa Baleng. P6, Chen Yi Chu. P7, Jensen Hammond. P8, Pimpat Kieu Rung Fa Thai. And P9, Ko Yang Xian. 9 drivers, beautiful formation that they are already into, getting themselves ready. And let's see if the lights will go out.
In the front again is the fight between Sodi and the Bira. Lights out, here we go. GFC sneaking in the inside.
Oh, we've been able to do a little bit of crash, contact on the side. Oh, contact. Oh my God.
Okay. The GFC seems to
That's
be...
unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay, took the shot, didn't make it. Okay, now, who we have left here? We have the Bira card in the front. Okay, they seem to be in their cart
So
still.
look, the slow motion here, how the accidents happen.
Where's the first contact? They seem to get
First
away.
contact, he's out.
Oh.
And got touched, contacted, and the drivers obviously just sometimes it's unavoidable accident because the drivers coming from behind could not slow down.
Yeah,
and
I think it's been Isan and he's got I think it's
oh my God!
I think it's the CRG that got hit from both behind and the back.
Right.
And then Ishan got spin back towards the grid, and then the other car coming from behind hit him.
That's right. So 1, 2, 3, and Ishan and Ko Yang Xian, I think they are both out of the race because of the contact they had just now. And
So we have Chinapat, Isaac, Chin Yi, Jensen, Pimpat, Papasathorn, Puwara. We have 2 drivers out.
yeah, because of the contact that been a switch in possessions, Chen Yi has already taken from P6 now to P3, and Jensen Hammond from P7 now to P4, and Pimpat, of course, from P8 now to P5. Papasathorn from P5 now he dropped down to P6. Of course, Puwara he started off in P4, now he dropped down to P7. And I think, unfortunately, Ishan and Ko Yang have to call it out.
I think the steward got real busy today with the situation. But yeah, everything go according by the rules, and hopefully everyone is safe and keep on racing.
But the top 2 places still the same. Chinapat Wechaputi in P1 and Isaac Yun in P2. They still maintain their possessions, so to speak.
I think WK Motorsport is going to have a late night tonight. There's a car to be fixed. Oh dear.
Well, anyway, let's see the rest of the group here, how they're doing. 199. We just had the Shen Yi Chu in the picture there.
I think we have Jensen in the Carlos side.
Jensen
Kart.
Hammond.
Yep. He's chasing the Bira in the front with Chen Yi.
That's right.
Again, here is a bit of downhill towards turn 1. Coming out of turn 2, squeeze a bit. Now it's uphill a little bit. Okay, he tends to have the speed here. And then towards the Mickey Mouse, the right-hander. No, he can't keep up here. Let's see if he's faster in the slow section.
Well, the time for Jensen is a little bit slower than Chen Yi Chu, so he's going to have to work a little bit harder in order to catch up. At the moment, Chen Yi Chu is still gaining ground because of his speed is faster.
I think they just got a bit panic in the in the first lap, with the accident and all that. Now
Right.
I think they just got themselves together, and now they got the pace back now.
Now, Pin Pat is the 5th kart in P5 now. His nickname is D Prom, so I have to wait and see whether he still live up to his name of being D Prom. D Prom in Thai, or translated into English, is to say ready,
Yeah, ready.
always ready,
Well ready.
well ready. So D Prom here, you have to really make your name worthwhile. All right, so try to push it to the max and
I
try
think
to get some
I think
positions.
is that smoke coming out from the back of the Carlos side?
Oh
car?
yeah. Oh,
I
there's
think-
something
I think-
wrong with his exhaust pipe, I'm sure.
Is it exhaust
could
pipe
be
or is it the tires rubbing with the?
Oh,
It could be the tires rubbing with the bumper.
it could be something with that.
Yeah, there's huge, plenty of smoke coming out.
Well, because of the safety, I'm not sure how the marshals are going to react to that situation with the smoke coming out of the kart.
Yeah, according to the technical regulation, if something fall off, and it's-
Something is actually rubbing the tires against his kart, I believe. So the tire is actually burning out.
Oh, is it the bumper touching the ground? No, it's not.
No, it's not the bumper. I think the rear tire, the rear right tire, is actually touching one of the equipment. If not,
I think the tire go inside, does it?
yeah,
It could might
could
be the
have gone.
hub. It could might be the wheel hub
It could
that
have gone.
loosen up. It could have gone inside and rubbing the sprocket cover. But I don't know. He seemed to have the smoke gone off already.
Oh, and only 2 more laps left. I don't know whether he still maintain the position, but certainly he's able to control his cards.
Yeah, nothing he seemed to be falling off. So the steward doesn't give any
Yeah, that's
technical
right.
flag. So he's still racing, driving.
That's
the
right.
speed still there, and the smoke seemed to be gone now.
That's right. So now we're looking at the leader, 178 Chinapat Vechaputi here in again another comfortable lead in this group with well over 3 seconds in the lead. Followed by in P2 Isaac Yun and Shen Yi in P2 and P3. Jensen Hammond still in P4 and Pimpat in P5, Papasathorn in P6 and Puwara P7.
I think it's more smoke coming out. From
More
Jensen,
smoke coming
yeah.
out, really?
Yeah. At some corner, I think it's on the left-hand corner that smoke coming out a lot. On the right-hand corner, not so much.
So we are into the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, now. And I think Jensen has been able to maintain his card.
Yep, hopefully he makes it to the finish line. Okay, Chinapat
All right.
is leading in the final lap. Coming out from 100R. gain the maximum speed over here. Hard braking, left hand. Okay, approaching the last corner.
So 1, 2, 3 are quite clear in their possessions.
Oh.
No challenge.
At the back, there's something. I saw Jensen just go over too.
P4 and 5 are still challenging. Let's see, have a look
Okay.
at the cross
Race to the
line.
line.
He's got it.
Yeah, you think he got it back, eh? I think he got it back.
So Jensen has been able to maintain his position despite the last few corners that he lost his position.
Yep. Just great fighting from all the boys, you know. Like,
That's right.
It is, yeah, they
So-
just try to take it until the final turn.
That's right. So D Prom really tried to live up to his name as
Yep.
being well ready.
Yep.
And of course, he almost got the possession that he was after.
Yep, and Jensen defended well.
But anyway, Jensen managed to take it back. And now the final round or the final possessions for all these drivers is 178, Chinapat Wechaputi winning the race in Heat 2, and Isaac Yoon in P2, Chen Yichu in P3, Jensen Hammond P4, Pimpat or D Prom in P5, Puwara in P6, Papasathorn Nong Them from Wat Motorsports in P7. Unfortunately, Ishan Swarup from WK Motorsports and of course Ko Yang Xian from Vora Race Karting have to pull out from the race due to earlier accidents. So there you have it. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the Mini Max. Yeah, must have fallen off. So if you go to the technical, all right, so there you have it for the Minimax qualifying Heat 2. And here's the rundown of the list of the results of the final of the winners and of course the runners-up. All right, so what an exciting race it has been. And we'll continue on with the next event. Of course, this will be the Junior Max. All right, so the drivers are ready and out of the pit. So here we are for the formation lap before we start of the race in the Junior Max category. Leading the pack will be Pirapongpan Sutamno from Sing Motorsports, followed by Patapon Kyao Kanchanaset from Wat Motor Racing, or Wat Motorsports here. And in P3, Tanawarat Wechaputi from DT Motorsports, P4, Kitinantapat Munyaratkalin from DT Motorsports, P5, Natawat Sutamno from Sing Motorsports, P6, of course, Keito Lloyd from Gold Motorsports Thailand, P7, Sirapat Ket Suwan from Wat Motorsports, and P8, Sahil Singh from Stratos Motorsports. And now the drivers, all 8 of them, are now into their formation and cross the red line. That means no more changes of positions. And now slowly, gradually coming round the corner before the straight into the corridors, and to see whether the red lights will go out.
And another people that you just see in the camera is the people in the green jacket. You know, those cameramen that out there, you know, thank you for taking photo for us. Lights out and away we go.
And lights out, certainly. Position changes.
Okay.
Oh dear. Patapon has been overtaken by Tanawarat
it's a bit tight on the exit of turn 2.
Right. So let's have a look at that now. Pirapongpan is still maintaining his position in P1. And now Tanawarat has taken over P2 position from Patapon. But again, it's the same positions, I would say, from the previous Heat 1 position.
I think it could be Nantawat in 246 that gained 1 position.
Right.
And now I think he's in front of Heyday as well.
That's right.
Yeah. Probably gained 2 positions so far. We'll
So
see.
Natawat is really doing well here now from Sing Motorsports.
Yep, gained some position. Let's see if he can hold it.
From P5, now he is up to P4.
Yeah, Heyday lost 1 position, I think.
That's right.
Okay, it's Tony Kart in the yellow and the Tony Kart in the green and white.
So we are still seeing the positions change from the previous lap.
It doesn't look like Kitinapat doesn't want to settle in P5. Let's see when he's gonna act. Okay.
Pirapongpan is still maintaining his lead, followed by Tanawarat here in the second place. But Tanawarat is gradually catching up.
I know, that Sony card look like a rocket. It's closing the gap real quick now. The gap now is 0.227 of a second.
They're actually driving almost at the same speed because of the time is pretty much the same. Pirapongpan is at 58.568 and Tanawarat was at 58.569.
Yeah.
Only 1/1000 of a second.
Yep, it seemed like P1 and P2 is pulling away. P3 is trying to keep up, and let's see. I don't know. I guess if P1 and P2 having a game, it's time for 3 to catch up. But I don't think they're going to do any game.
Right.
Just settle where they are is the best position for tomorrow.
That's right, because of the scores of the both heats, heat 1 and heat 2 will be added up and will actually determine the position you'll be at tomorrow.
Well, we can sit out here, calculate everything, but once we're in the kart,
We can try
all
our best
this-
to try to calculate.
all this factor doesn't come in there. Oh,
Is that Heyday being challenged?
no, it's P1
Oh,
and P2.
P1 and P2.
Yeah, see?
Oh.
Oh.
Tanawarat is actually trying to
Yep.
make his way through.
I said
Pirapongpan is
he
right
should
really.
be happy where he is, but he's not.
Well, he's certainly a very determined driver.
Okay, now the Sony Kart is chasing the Tony Kart in yellow with Singha Motorsport team.
Yeah, I can understand the reason why, because at that last lap, Tanawarat was actually driving faster. He was actually at 58.259 seconds
Yep.
compared to Pirapongpan was only 58.331 seconds.
Yeah, and that little tangle up brought Patapole as well.
Yeah, this is really the art of karting.
Yep.
Because if you in a challenge between the duel between the two drivers,
And
you
can-
tend to pull in other drivers as well.
Yep. Now,
Now we have the three-way.
Okay. Patapole took the shot.
Tanawarat and
Okay,
Pirapongpan has managed
okay.
to maintain his position, but anyway, he's lost his P1 position to Tanawarat now.
Okay, I lost my word for a minute.
All right, so Tanawarat has
Now
now
they
gained
brought
position.
everyone together. That one single move brought everyone together from P1 to P2, and the Sony Kart now is leading, and P3 is catching up. Patapole and Nantawat. Okay, now game on for everyone from 1 to 5 now.
Let's see how these
Okay.
kids will be able to manage.
6 laps to go. Now I think they start having something in the back of their head that one single move we made, everyone is gonna bunch up together. Shall we just keep cruising? I don't think so.
Well, the gaps are slowly widening, and I can see that Tanawarat is really stretching his lead now, with Pirapongpan still second place, followed by Patapon in third.
Yep.
Nonetheless, the younger brother of Pirapongpan, Natawat, is now in P4. He's been able to gain some ground from P5 now up to P4,
Yep.
followed by Heyday, Kitinantapat in P5.
That Sony Kart seems to have some pace. They tend to have a bit of speed compared to Pirapongpan. Out from the last corner, the Sony Kart is pulling away, creating some gap. The Tony is closing in the corner. Okay.
Well, I can tell that this young guy, Pirapongpan, really needs to do some work here because his car was a little bit slower than Tanawarat in that last lap. And if he needs, or if he wants to catch up, he really needs to make some speed here to catch up.
Yeah, and they're trying to make some move here. Better be careful as well not to hit the car in the front. When there's no gap, it means no gap. When there's a gap, die for it, brother.
All right, just try to maintain your position and your closeness to the car in front because you can use the drag. You can use the
Yep.
eddies from the car in front to gain some ground. The draft from the car in front can actually help you build up your speed and try to maintain that really is useful.
Yeah, I think Pirapongpan is trying to keep up with the Sodi of Tanawarat, but yeah, that Sodi Kart is fast, eh?
Well, certainly we can see that all these three leaders, the P1 to P3, are really packed together. And I
Yeah.
think it's the skills of these drivers really what make that happen.
But yeah, as one make engine, you see, you can't really get away from it, eh?
That's true. But it's interesting to now watch at P4 and P5 between Natawat and of course Kitinantapat, Heyday.
Yeah.
See how he will be able to challenge one another.
I think Pirapongpan is gonna take a shot when he has more space.
Yeah, but again, with the skills that they all have, I think they're almost at the same level. So it's really difficult, and you really have to seize an opportunity whenever it comes and try to take over that.
But I think try to do that, he really need to push the cart hard out.
Yeah, I know he's trying his best now.
Yep.
They're not going to give an inch to each other, certainly, when it comes to racing. Even though outside of the racetrack, they are friends, but what we can see here, once they wear the helmets and in the race carts, they never give in to one another.
And
that's what I can see.
He got to watch out for Pattaya as well. He, in P3, he could turn up anytime when P1 and P2 start to like having a little game with each other.
That's right, but it looks like the gaps are too wide for anyone to really overtake here.
Two more laps to go.
So we're just seeing the final lap now. And it looks like it's going to be this way with Thanavarat in P1, Pirapongpan in P2, and Patapon in P3 for this heat. And of course, P4 and P5 are still challenging one another. I don't know whether Heyday will have any distance really to overtake Natawat here at this point. It looks like P4 and P5 will also be the same. It will maintain that positions. And right now, so the kids will now receive the checker flag.
Yep, P1 is Thanavarat, P2 is Pirapongpan, P3 is Patapol, P4 is Nantawat, P5 is Gitinanapat, P6 is Kaito, P7 is Shahil, and P8 is Sirapat. And that is Junior Max.
That's right.
Heat 2. Okay, after this, coming up, the Senior Max and Max Master.
And of course, before we do that, we'll now go and watch the highlights of this race by the youngsters, the young drivers here. Here are the highlights.
Yep. And of course now here is
The result from the Junior Max qualifying Heat 2. The winner, of course, is Thanavarat Vechaputi from DT Motorsports, followed by Pirapong Pansutamno from Singh Motorsports, Patapon Kanchanaset from Watt Motorsports, Natawat Sutamno from Singh Motorsports, Kitinantapat Bunyarat Kalin from DT Motorsports, Kato Lloyd, of course, and other drivers in the pack. And now off we go with the Senior Max Masters in the qualifying Heat 2. They are off to their start. Well, unfortunately, with one driver still being unable to start his kart. Number 313. Naman Kureja from RL Motorsports here. I don't know what's happening with his kart. He's now trying to get it fixed. Out of the 12 drivers who have one driver in the Senior Max Master, that's Juga Kovistoinen, representing his own team of Juga Kovistoinen, the one and only in the Senior Max Master. The rest of the pack will be racing in the Senior Max. Now it looks like 313 has got his kart started, so he'll be joining the race in the last position. Leading the pack in the lineup is Panu Satyen Mongkon in P1 and Jonathan Moshe in P2, Racharat Anantakhan in P3, Eason Sang in P4, and of course Krish Gupta in P5, Shun Sekiguchi in P6, Kian Shah in P7, and Naman Kureja. And off we go with the lights out. And now leading the pack, of course, is Panu Satyen Mongkon from Watt Motorsports. And now we are actually seeing some changes in the positions. I believe that Racharat Anantakhan has already taken the P. No, he's in P6. Actually, he's dropped his position.
Yeah, he dropped about.
And Jonathan has actually maintained his position in P2.
Okay, I think Chun Sekiguchi from Go Motorsport is up now. Panu is having a gap of about 10 car length. Okay, now it's built P2 and P3.
That's right. So Yeho is trying to keep his position in P2 while he's being challenged, I believe, by. Now he's trying to overtake
Chris.
In the.
It's Chris.
Inside line. It's Krish Gupta, right?
Yep.
So
And
Krish Gupta.
I think he got it done as well. Okay, but he's not getting away. But he's blocking. His friend knocking the door said, "Don't defend, just keep pushing. Otherwise, there's more train coming from behind." Rasharat gained back some position, I think.
I like the way that you use train because it certainly looks like a train coming through. If you don't be careful enough, you can easily lose your positions quite a lot.
Yeah, the bigger the grid, the bigger the train is coming.
That's right. So because of the closeness in terms of the time that each driver drives, I think that really is the issue here. That's why you create this train format.
Yep. Okay. Okay, now game on.
All right, so
Another overtake was done by, I think, by Eason.
and still contacts between drivers side to side, but still being able to maintain their positions still. But however, this is turning out to be a fun drive here.
I think the kart at the back from the last heat, now they make some adjustment, and now they seem to run in the same pace now. You know, you make your adjustment throughout the day. Just try to do everything you can to gain every bit you could. And yeah, Rashrat is sitting in P5.
All right, so we're seeing a drop from Yeho here from P3 now. He's now to P4.
Okay, the switch now happening in turn 3. Rashrat is in P4 now. But is he keeping it? No, he's not. Down the right hand sweeper. Okay, now the Mickey Mouse, is he gonna switch? No, he cannot.
That's right. So
Let's see down here if he could get run down out of the 100R. Stay really, really close. Get some speed. Now, is he gonna underbrake here? No, he cannot. Okay, the chase is still on. Build up more and more speed. Okay, last corner. Okay, knocking on door. Okay, a little squeeze back. Now move to the outside. Come on, you're taking too much time. Your friend is coming up. See, everyone is coming. Defending. Now go to inside. Squeeze. No, losing one more position. Or two more, bouncing off the wall. Oh,
gee,
no way.
out of the race, poor guy.
No way. Oh, that was, everyone just tried to get into the 100R.
That was- Oh, it's a really nasty contact there by Ratcharat hitting Yeho. I think Yeho was trying to really prevent Ratcharat from overtaking, and now he saw the inside line, another guy coming through, so he was trying to close in. But at the end, Ratcharat contacted with number 320, and he's out of the race.
From the initial contact from the inside, bang here, bang.
That's really unfortunate because Ratcharat was really doing well and driving.
Unlucky. He just,
I think
he got taken from the inside. He didn't do anything, and then the car just got into in front of him. Now is Chun Sekiguchi from Go Motorsport.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's going.
Well, Yeho certainly has lost his position now to he's lost his possession to Eason Sang. 3-0.
Safe and sound.
I believe that he's managed to get his cart back
Yep.
on the track and now join in the race. It's unfortunate that he probably will have to be in the last possession coming through.
Okay, another overtake. Bang, got back by the undercut. No. Oh, right here, right hand sweeper. With the Bira. Okay, is he defending it? No, it's a little bit of sneaking in.
The two drivers between Lash Bafna and
Yeah, I think.
Yeho 331.
Yeah, there's so many cars pushing him around. Now he wants to gain back his position.
So Lash Bafna has managed to pull through past Yeho. Now Yeho has dropped his position further down the line. Switching round, Yeho is now down to P6 and Lash Bafna to P5. Some contacts that we've just witnessed, and of course, I'm sure, I don't know whether the drivers will be called in for some
I call
briefings by the stewards.
I call a few drivers up to meet the steward already, but that wasn't broadcasting.
Well, that's the way it is because stewards are here to make sure that the race is conducted in all fairness. And I think they have all the videos and cameras installed, and these incidents will have to be scrutinized and monitored.
Yep. After all the incident, the steward will investigate the case, look at the monitor, check out the replay,
Yeah.
see the initial context of everything and then make the decision.
Well, I believe unfortunate that Ratcharat has to be out of the race. I think he's already out together with Kian.
Okay, another overtake down
Yes.
by turn 3. Is he keeping it? You got to defend this one.
So 3, 4, 5, Miguel Quinones.
Okay,
He's dropping down the line. Panu is quite comfortable now, almost 4 seconds lead from Krish Gupta in P2, Isan Seng in P3, and Shun Sekiguchi in P4. And now we are on to the final lap. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are still seeing the positions being maintained by the drivers here. Pano is in comfortable lead, just taking his kart leisurely around the track. What points out to me being quite interesting in the race here is that if you are able to maintain your positions in the top or in the lead, most likely that you'll be out or be able to avoid the accidents. Anyway, so now we have the checkered flag by the steward, by the marshals here, and we've already concluded the laps for the Senior Max Master. Interestingly, Juga Koivistoinen has gained his possession from 12 now to 9th and finishes with the 9th position. It is quite unfortunate that Kian Shah and Ratcharat as well as Naman have to be out of the race. And there we have it for the Heat 2, the qualifying Heat 2 for the Senior Max. And let's now have a look at the highlights of this race. All right, so we're back to the event. Now this is the results of the Senior Max Master qualifying Heat 2. Panus Tin Mongkon in the top position, P1, Krish Gupta, P2, Easton Sang, P3, Shun Sekaguchi, P4, Lash Bafna, P5, Yehonatan Moshe, P6, and Sutomo Nishimura, P7, Miguel Quinones, P8. And of course, the one and only senior Max Master driver, Jukka Koivistoinen. Even though he's finished in P9, but he finished in his category in the top position. And now the green flag, ladies and gentlemen, for the last race of the day, the Max DD2 Master. 4 drivers competing in this event. And of course, leading the pack will be the P1 driver Ananton Orta in kart number 477, followed by number 444 Thomas Jacob George from RL Karting for the Max DD2. For the Max DD2 Masters, we'll have Kenny Eungi Tang from Stratos Motorsports and Darren Horwood for Moza in kart number 598. Interesting fact about Darren here. I think that's something wrong. Also, again, with kart number 444, I don't know whether he's having some problem with his kart again. He had a bit of a problem in the earlier round in Heat 1, but now he's also having the problem in Heat 2 as well. So let's see whether they can go on and let him join the race. Now he's able to join in the race, but he has to go in the last position simply because they've already crossed the red line. And see if they can start with the lights out. And I believe they can. And off they go now, ladies and gentlemen, in DD2 Masters.
I don't think they should be starting like that.
Anyway, that's how it is. And with only 4 karts racing, I think we are seeing some sportsmanship here. I think the Masters people have let in Thomas through, but unfortunate Thomas has to call it out again in this heat. That's really unfortunate. His kart is having some problem throughout the 2 heats.
Interesting.
Well, that's how things are, you know. Sometimes everything is unpredictable and it happens.
But anyway, Ananton is having a comfortable gap in the energy card.
Yep, certainly. And I can see the D2 people or the drivers are really having great fun in their machines.
And stay tuned with us. Tomorrow a superheat and the finals. Tomorrow is when we decide who will be the champion for round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy.
Well, that's not so difficult for these guys here in this race for the DD2 and DD2 Masters. This is quite clear. We are actually seeing gaps being widened and being opened.
And the beginner will be comfortable until it's gone through
certainly
a few rounds and we start to see championship points leading in enormous gap and then
But already for the DD2, DD2 Masters, the gaps have been really, really wide. We'll see. We like to say karts go on round circles. I mean, they are circles. They are like round things, round objects. Anything can happen with round objects. Well, with all 4 wheels, really anything can happen. We've seen incidents, we've seen things happen, but let's hope that.
But with this particular category, no chain, no pain. At least you don't have the chain broken off when you're jumping off the apex and stuff. It looks like when you jump the apex, most of the time there will be chain come off.
I
but
see.
This one, no.
Well, there's no chain for the DD2. So direct drive from engine direct to the axle. So
You can jump the curve as much as you want.
I'm not sure whether you want to do that so many times.
I don't know. That's the concept of how they build it. No shame, no
Right.
pain.
Well,
Because,
really,
I seen a guy, having a slick tie while everybody having a wet tie, and he just go out and about to lead the race, and the chain come off.
yeah. Well, we saw the introduction of the DD2 Masters in the Rotax Max Challenge competition early in the year 2002. So it's been almost 25 years.
Yeah, because with the DD2, you pretty much need to get the new chassis and the new engine for everything, and it's quite a big decision for the parents. But I think RMC Thailand will have some card available for rent if you don't keen to buy it of your own. Yeah.
Well, for any of you who's interested in karting or driving kart, whether it's for fun or for competition, I think Bira Circuit also offers really opportunities for the amateurs to come and try out the karts. But in any case, I think Moment Media, as the organizer of the Rotax Max Challenge event in Thailand, also has kart to offer for rent as well.
Yeah. Apart from us, many racing team is available, for you to contact at Bira Circuit. There's as you see, a lot of Malaysian teams are turning up here. There's a lot of Thai team for you to join. There's some new Japanese teams like Go Motorsport from Japan.
Certainly.
Motorsport is on the rise, and individually we have a Formula 1 driver, we have a Formula 2 driver, we have a Formula 3 driver, we have some Formula 4 drivers, and it is everyone progress from here. This is, the only guy that you don't see race at Bira is maybe Alexander Albon. Any other guy that you see in Formula 2 like Tassanapol, he's been racing here for quite some time. James been racing here for quite some time.
Certainly, yes.
And those guys just progress from here. And I think by being in Thailand, you have a low cost of living compared to European country.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
right.
afford more of the practice at the cadet level. And I seen many guys who turn up here living their life during their cadets, and then once they get into the juniors category, they move abroad, start getting to the race in Europe and all that. For example, like Enzo turned up here for quite some time.
Tamanishikun, he's already been on Bira Circuit racing as well. The other two drivers that you mentioned, we've seen them drive here at Bira Circuit too. So they've gone on from karting now to the bigger cars, the Formula race. And
Basically, if you've seen any Thai driver on the international grid, they're all from here. This is where their home ground is.
And really, to be honest with you, I think racing or coming to race at the local circuit like Bira Circuit itself really kind of lays the foundation for you to become a better driver and more professional driver. If you are willing to go all the way to the Formula racing, I think this is a very good starting point, especially for the parents with younger kids who want to race or are interested in fast cars. Bira Circuit would be a good starting point for the young kids to come and join.
And in Pattaya, not just go-kart that's popular. There is so many golf courses, for dad to go and play golf for the day, left the kid at the kart track, and so on.
Well, certainly now we are into the 7th lap, coming on to the 8th lap, and 2 more laps for the drivers to complete in the Max DD2 and Max DD2 Masters. And of course, if continue on with the conversation on the parents, wanting the kids or the children to come and join the karting. I think this is a great opportunity. If you want to try out, I think the good starting point is to bring your children as a family, come together, and let's have a watch at the race like this. Well, for the Rotax Max Challenge, both Asia Trophy and Thailand Trophy will still have one competition coming up in May, between the 2nd and the 3rd of May. So if you put that in your calendar, you can actually come and watch. It's free of charge for the entry fee. There's no entry fee for you to come and watch the karting. And we expect to see a lot more drivers joining us in later dates. And now continue on with the DD2 Max Masters here. We are into the final lap with Ananton still leading the position all the way from the start at 499.
Yeah, I think the energy card is what Alex Albon was using at the end of his career of karting. Yeah.
And of course, Kenny Ng, number 532, in the second place, P2, and leading his own category of the Max Master, leading Darren Hollywood for Moza, number 598. I'd just like to touch on the point that Darren himself is already 61 years old.
Oh.
That's right. So you can race at any age really, regardless of age that you have, from 7, 8, now right up to 68 as Juga Koivustoinen is actually racing in the Senior Max Master category. And Darren Hollywood is 61.
And he just completed another 10 lap of his life. Okay, his checker flag now is Ananton in P1, Nengji in P2, and Darren Hollywood in P3, and Thomas Jacob, he did not complete the race.
Well, there we have it.
Okay, that's the final race for today. And tomorrow we continue with Superheat and Final.
That's right. And what time do we start off tomorrow?
Tomorrow we begin the warm-up at 8:30 for Micromax, 8:40 for Minimax, and 8:50 for Junior Max, 9 o'clock for Senior and Master, 9:10 at DD2. Okay, so basically we start again at 8:30 tomorrow, and we have Superheat at 9:20 for Micromax, and so on, and then we have a lunch break at 11:30. We're back again with the finals after lunch at 12:30, and we will have the podium ceremony at 15:35.
And tomorrow will be, it's promised to be a very gruesome event, because obviously the number of laps that these drivers will have to race will increase considerably. Now, as you probably have noticed today, we've only been racing like 8 laps, no more than 10 laps. But tomorrow for the superheat, you will be seeing the increased number of laps to 12, 14, 16 laps. And for the finals, of course, the laps will get even more exciting and more increase in the laps to 14, 18, and 20 laps accordingly, and according to the categories of the event. The Micromax for the Superheat will be racing in 12 laps, and for the Minimax, 12 laps, Junior Max, 14 laps. The Senior Max Master will be racing 16 laps, and the Max DD2 Masters, 16 laps for the Superheat. For the finals, the Micromax will be doing 14 laps, Minimax 14 laps, Junior Max 18 laps, Senior Max Masters, as well as the Max DD2 Masters will be racing in 20 laps. And now let's have a look at the highlights of the DD2 Max Masters.